Welcome everybody to chess.com's Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. Once again, we've got Kostya Kabutsky and myself, David Bruce, here to give you the coverage of this event. And today we are into the knockout format for week 20. We've got the 8 top players from yesterday's Rapid Swiss here. And Kostya, how are you feeling about today's knockout?
Very excited. I love knockouts. They're great. I love all the matchups today. Just off the top of my head, we got Naka versus Bortnick. We got So versus Bach. Just some very, very interesting pairings. I like the time control 10+2. So giving the players some increment today. The format, we'll get into it, is also cool, where it's just like first one who wins advances. Just like very, very simple. And here we have the full Sunday knockout format coming up for you guys right here. So as David mentioned, 8-player single elimination. They're going to start off with one 10+2 game with the higher seed playing whites. And if that game is drawn, then they're going to play a 3+2 game and switching colors. If that game is drawn, then they're going to play a 1+1 game. And if that is drawn as well, then they're going to play a single Armageddon game. And we'll get into how that works if it comes to that. And here we have our leaderboard after 19 weeks. And some of these players are going to be hoping to add to their standings. Of course, Hikaru is playing today, Bortnick, Bach. And some of these guys are much lower down, actually. I think only Hikaru and Dubov and maybe Paravyan also playing today that are currently qualified for the end of the season finals. There's a lot going on in this league, but it's very, very cool. And basically today's matches will be giving players a certain number of Grand Prix points. And at the end of the season, as you guys can see, the top, I believe it's 13 players, right? That are qualifying.
Top 12. Sorry. I thought you were getting at like the top 13 scores, but no, it's the top 12
That's
players.
The number
You're
that
right.
was
You were
confusing.
right. Sorry.
No, you nailed it. So top 12 qualify, but they use their top 13 scores in these weekly Sunday events.
Yeah. And we can see there are some people. Maxim Matlakov has participated in 19 out of 20, and Vladislav Kovalev has participated in 20 out of 20. So some people have played a lot of these, and for them, they need to finish higher to increase their point totals. If someone hasn't yet played 13, then they'll definitely be gaining a couple points at least today. So let's take a quick look at how many points you get per week right here. So basically those who didn't qualify yesterday, those in 19th through 32nd place, could have gotten either 1 or 2 points, depending on how far up the standings they were. And honestly, there were about 35 players yesterday. So it's not hard to get 1 point. Well, except that you do need the GM title to participate. But once you're in the event, your chances of getting 1 point are not too bad. But it goes up a lot if you get into this knockout, especially if you can win the first round. The players who lose in the first round will get 3 points. The players who lose in the semis will get 5 points. And first and second place will get 10 and 7.
Right. Okay. And here we've got our bracket for today. And yeah, we have the number 1 seed, Alexander Bortnick, who absolutely crushed it yesterday, defeating Hikaru in a very, very big game. He is paired against Hikaru again, who somehow managed to get the number 8 seed. Not sure if Bortnick is super happy about that, but you know what? You're going to have to play Hikaru at some point, right? If you want to win this event. So that's our first matchup here. Then moving on, we have seed number 4, Vladimir Fedoseev, Big Fish, going up against just one of the many up-and-coming Indian juniors, Abhimanyu Puranik. Who would you pick in this match, David? Do you have any favorite here?
I would go with Fedoseev. He was in the 8-player knockout last week as well. I've got sort of like two default places to go to pick a favorite. One is how have they done in the RCC in the past? And then the second is, what's their rating? And Fedoseev has the advantage on both of those counts. So I'm going to go with the big fish.
Okay, cool. I'll take Puranik. And who would you take in this matchup? We got Wesley So against your friend and co-commentator Benjamin Bach.
Yeah, I mean, here again, the RCC standings are in Wesley's favor. He's in the top 20, and he's basically 1 to 2 good results away from getting into the top 12 and qualifying. So it means a lot to him. Bach is much further down the leaderboard, having not played as consistently because of commentator duties. And then, of course, Wesley's got the higher FIDE rating by 100 some points. So I'll go with the favorite.
Dang. All right. I'll take Bach then. All right. Next up.
You don't have to. Like, we're allowed to agree once or twice.
That's fair. But I feel like it's more fun this way.
All right.
In general, I do like to root for the underdog, at least not always, but at least in some cases.
All right.
And it's hard for me to...
Would you like first pick in one matchup then?
Okay. Well then, I will... I'll take a look at this one, man. Dubov versus Paravyan. Very, very tough. They're both very good. You have the number 3 seed against the number 6 seed, who in my eyes is kind of like the stronger classical player. I got to go with Dubov here. I mean, it's just hard to bet against them after last week. You won the whole thing.
Fair enough. I won't bet against him either. I'll pick Dubov as well to win this matchup here. Overall, outside of the matchups, do you have 1 or 2 players here who you think have the best chance of coming out victorious here? Or do you feel it's more like a candidate situation where we're looking at like 8 amazing players and figuring that everybody has some chance, but no one has an overwhelming chance?
You know what? It's tough. I don't think I would. I mean, I definitely put Hikaru above everyone, but I don't think I would take Hikaru against the field. Although I think that could be kind of interesting because he does win a lot of these events, but I don't know if he wins enough. But yeah, he's definitely my number 1 draft pick if I'm choosing from this field easily. And in the candidates, it wasn't like that. The candidates, I think it was much closer. But of course, all these guys are extremely good. And it's just one like single elimination, so anything can happen. But we've seen what Hikaru can do when if he's in his best form. Like, I mean, no one can touch him.
Yeah, the field is so strong this week that I feel it will be hard for Hikaru. But I guess some of the other fields he beat were like, fields like this with Caruana and So and Aronian, etc. So maybe this is normal for him to dominate this kind of field, but I'm looking at this week's field and thinking like, dang, that's a stacked field. I think that honestly, the winner of the Bortnick versus Hikaru match is going to be looking pretty strong. And I would not be surprised if we saw another Bortnick upset, because he really did dominate yesterday. Like there were no chinks in his armor yesterday. Just nobody really ever like dreamed of winning a game against him.
Well, let me ask you this: which of the matches do you think is going to be the closest? It's going to, because the thing that kind of I think works against the favorites is the single elimination format, because it's like if they have one bad game, then it's just over. Whereas if it was like a Swiss or a longer match, obviously they can always come back and show their class. But yeah, which of these matches do you think is gonna go the furthest?
That's a good one. I think there's again a chance that it could be Bortnick versus Hikaru, because I was thinking about it and I was thinking like of all these players, Hikaru might be somebody who feels like if he makes the match go longer, he's got more and more chances of winning the match, because as the time control gets faster and faster, he may be even more favored in bullet than in blitz than in rapid. So he might take this as like, I should go out and like equalize, I should use candidates preparation. I should play for for killing the game, drawing with black, extend the match, play more games, get down to a faster game. So that's a match which I could see going long, partly because of Hikaru's strategy. Like I would expect, the Berlin defense here in the first game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, interesting. And then, yeah, that would be interesting. Did that happen at all last week where they agreed to a quick draw? Because neither player wants to play a full 10-minute game?
No, there were almost no draws last week. And definitely the draw that we had, I'm basically remembering one draw. And it was extremely closely fought. And I think it's because since it's not best of twos, you always know that if you give up your white, then you're playing a best of one with black, right? So for example, in this first game here where I said maybe Hikaru would play to equalize, it's not like he doesn't want to win, but where like strategically he might play the game as if he's happy to draw. I don't think that Bortnick is going to feel the same way, right?
Yeah, there we go. E4, E5, Berlin. You called it. Just the world championship repertoire here from Hikaru.
Yep.
Solid. And okay, well, Bortnick had a bunch of drawing lines he could have played. So clearly we can see his intentions already. And he's a very, very good fast player himself, right? So it wouldn't be crazy for me. He's like, you know what? Let me draw the rapid game against Hikaru. We'll just take it to the 3+2. And I think in 3+2, the color matters a bit less. But no, he wants to use his white, which I think is probably the best decision here.
Yeah, basically, I think that white still matters, right? So like, I agree with you and Dripman commenting in chat that Bortnick is like an incredible bullet player, right? So if there were anyone in this entire field against whom Hikaru wouldn't feel like the shorter the game gets, the bigger his advantages, it would actually be Bortnick of all these people, right? And also, Bortnick has a lower classical rating than a lot of the other toughest opponents Hikaru has today, which, reflects that he's better and better at online blitz. But I still think the dynamic of like the one game with white means that you'll rarely have a player with white who's happy to switch to a one game with black scenario.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And look at this. Hikaru played knight b8 there in that opening against the bishop on b5. Mm-hmm. Usually this square is reserved for the queen in a lot of these positions, but he goes knight b8, which I feel like that sent Bortnick into a bit of a think, and he's already a little bit down on the clock, but he just goes back bishop e2. He seems to be kind of unfazed. We see both players there talking to their respective chats, explaining why they're the favorites to win this game, not their opponent.
Yeah.
Of course, only one of them will be able to advance in the end. And now
by the way,
kind of like King's Indian attack kind of structure. Yeah.
We've got their lifetime record, which is 472 wins for Hikaru, 143 wins for Bortnick, and 82 draws. So Hikaru's got a slightly better than 3-1 record in the wins and losses if you don't count the draws. I guess you should count the draws as well. And Bortnick's record's about as good as anyone's record is against Hikaru, in other words.
I was gonna say like 3-1, like big lead to Hikaru, but also like not bad for Bortnick.
Right. He might like Hikaru's got a big lead, but Bortnick might have like the world lead of like, what's your record against Hikaru? Well, other than Magnus Carlsen in the Speed Chess Championships.
Right. I would expect Magnus to, because see, that's the thing. Magnus and Hikaru, they haven't had these 300 game blitz bullet marathons that we've seen, like Magnus against like Firouzja and sometimes Magnus against Danya.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of a shame. It would be fun to watch.
Yeah. I guessed yesterday that they might have played more like 1,000 games than a dozen games. And so that total is in the low 700s. So it is really on that scale of, dang, they've played each other a lot. That said, I'm liking knight h4 from Bortnick. Will Hikaru put the pawn on g6 or just tolerate it with a queen on e6?
Looks like he goes queen e6. And yeah, I feel like the classic plan here is like rook e8 and bishop f8 in order to deal with this knight on f5. Yeah, I mean, honestly, it seems very reasonable for me so far from Black's point of view.
Mhm.
But yeah, it's gonna one of these like kind of long games. Like you don't really win this out of the opening. It's just one of these like blitz weapons where you just keep the game going as white, keep the game going. Knights are always kind of dancing around, just like little poking around here and there. And yeah, at a certain point, maybe you can snag a pawn or get some advantage or just get some lead on the clock and try to convert it. But it's very tough against a player like Hikaru, who obviously sees things extremely fast.
What would you say Bortnick's plan against h6 is? Even though it doesn't come, but like there's this problem for white that the bishop on c1 sort of has nowhere to go because it's your good bishop, so maybe you don't want to trade it, but he puts it on g5. And in general, what would he do if Hikaru played h6 somewhere in here?
That's a good question. I could see him taking on f6. I could also see him going back bishop e3 and saying, now when I play knight f5, maybe the h6 pawn is a little bit more of a weakness. But I'm honestly not sure. Actually, I would, because Hikaru he spent some time there, so he was thinking about it, but he ends up not playing h6.
Yeah, I was thinking he might even drop back to d2 to avoid trades, and then put the knight on f5 and say that h6 is like really a move that you don't want as black. So for the moment, Hikaru is avoiding it, and if that's the case, then Bortnick's probably pretty happy to have the bishop off of c1 for the moment.
Right. Yeah. Now he goes rook fd1, queen c6 from Hikaru, just kind of targeting, the e pawn, also keeping an eye on the a pawn. And there could be some like bishop takes f2 tactic at some point as well, because the knight on c4 is a little bit loose.
Careful,
so, yeah.
Also, knight e4 itself is a complicated move because of d7, right? Like queen e4, knight e4 would have to be calculated carefully. But what are Bortnick's choices right here? He can't play f3.
He goes rook d,
d1,
e1. Interesting. I mean, it's kind of admitting error in a way, because he just played rook fd1.
Yeah.
But it's also it seems to me like a very practical move. You're just like, you know what? Black has some threats with the e pawn. I can't go f3. Let me just defend it. I'm not gonna like spend 2 minutes here looking for like the best way to like tactically defend the pawn. Let me just defend the pawn. My position's still fine. And I mean, Bortnick's a little bit down on the clock, but definitely still manageable, right? Just a minute and a quarter there. So
yeah. So the knight's not going to f5 at all. It retreats to f3. He puts some pressure on e5 this way, perhaps trying to restrain Hikaru from playing this knight c5 move that I was contemplating, which would hit a4 and e4, as well as the b3 square. So he tries to keep Hikaru honest on e5, but Hikaru might in some case be able to play knight c5, allow knight e5, and then try to win back the pawn on e4.
Right. Yeah. And this is also a tough one, like, because Hikaru's he's really he's really engaging there. Is he talking about the position? I can't tell. I feel like he's really saying a lot.
Yeah.
He's got so many options. All right, he goes knight h5.
I think he is talking about the game. Yeah, probably. So knight h5. Huh.
Yeah, surprising move.
Flop it on f4. I don't think he would just play knight f4, would he here?
Right, because you would think it's just allowing bishop takes f4, ef, and then that structure is a little bit weak for black. I would be kind of surprised. I don't know.
And what can white do from Bortnick's side? I mean, he needs some quick moves, not just some moves, but some quick moves. Because you don't want to go through all your time just in this posturing phase. There's going to be a critical calculation phase.
Yeah, but now he's he's clearly calculating something here. Well, I guess he's trying to figure out if knight f4 is a threat, and if he can I feel like the move you would like to play is like Rook 81, but number one, the A pawn is hanging. Okay,
Yeah.
then he goes Rook 81. So he needed to make sure that he can justify this one. And Hikaru, I guess if queen takes A4, he might have had some knight takes E5.
Knight takes E5, opening up this.
Yeah. And Hikaru quickly goes H6.
Yeah. Bishop C1 looks good to me. Now the bishop's not out there dangling in
Right.
like a queen A4 knight E5 line. You don't want the bishop on G5 at the end, I guess.
Yeah, just in general, it's great on C1.
Actually, on queen A4, like I'm not sure about what he's up to because knight E5. Now this one's hanging right here, right? And then if you trade, the rook covers things. I mean, I was already nervous about having your bishop here, right? That you would play like queen H5, H6 and lose, but here you definitely lose.
Yeah. Maybe the answer was rook takes D7 and then going knight F takes E5.
Here at knight F5. Yeah.
I don't know. Engine doesn't seem to be too impressed, so I'm not really sure, but clearly there was a reason both players thought the A pawn was not touchable.
Yeah, who knows? I mean, this position calls for the crazy move queen B5, trying to queen H5 G6. I don't know what. That's madness, but they're on to other things. So we'll get back to the position. He's taken the A pawn. No, he's played B5 to trade it. Okay. So by retreating the knight to F6, Hikaru gave Bortnick a chance to defend the A pawn for the moment. Against knight C5, he has knight E5. So Hikaru plays B5 to get a look at the weak pawn on B3. Mm-hmm. And his queen is looking nice and active here, actually, defending and attacking at once.
Starting to feel unpleasant for white. This weakness on B3, E4 is still kind of weak. He's got, like, if queen C2, he's got A4, and the knight on C4 is very loose.
Mm-hmm.
This is tough. This is not easy. And Bortnick there, he just he just let out that's not a good sign for him because now he's down almost 3 minutes now. And his position is worse. Now he has this 2-second increment. So flagging is not nearly he's not going to flag with a 2-second increment. But the position's not getting better. And there we see G4.
Yeah, just throwing some desperation at the position.
It feels like a lash out move, right? Not like he really believes in the attack, but he's like, I'm losing anyway, so I have to try something.
I think queen A2 was the move that I was mainly looking at, which is not like a great sign either, but defending the knight so that I could answer A4 with B4.
Mm-hmm.
And
maybe, but still black would have options even before that, right? Like knight C5.
Sure. Plenty of options, but we're hoping that on rook B8, we could take on A5, then on knight C5, we could take on E5, then on a neutral move, maybe we could play queen A4 and try to go to an endgame. It's interesting to me that white had sort of the pawns on the light squares, the light square bishop trade, and just suffered so much pressure having those pawns attacked.
Yeah. Okay. He's going for this plan, and we can see the engine hates it. Of course, it's always harder over the board, but the problem is white's king is going to be opened up, and it's very hard to imagine how white gets anything on the G file anytime soon. And even if they do, it's like bishop on F8 is covering G7. Black can go G6 at any moment to secure the pawn that way. But clearly he felt he's just losing on the queen side. So it's a rapid game. You have to at least try something. And we'll see how Hikaru, so far I feel like he's just playing super solid. We'll see how he tries to exploit this one.
Chess is definitely harder when you don't know the evaluation. So, Hikaru won't have, total confidence or anything like that. But I suspect that right now in this game, both Bortnick and Naka understand that G4, G5 is kind of desperation. I think they both understand the evaluation must be in black's favor. Now, as complications come up, they won't know that no matter what, everything is holding steady in that way.
Yeah, well, that's what I've always liked about OTB is that, is like they're very different situations when your opponent plays G4 confidently and when they play it like Bortnick played it. It's like a last ditch effort to create some counter.
Right. I can't defend my queen side anymore. Let me launch a dangerous attack.
Yeah, you can always tell. But online, of course, these guys have played enough chess that I feel like they understand the practical evaluation here as well. And there's Hikaru. He starts snagging pawns. Goes queen takes b3. Telling Bortnick, you have no threats that I'm worried about, so I'm just going to take. Now the psychological pressure is on you. Bortnick goes king h2, admitting, yep, I have no immediate threats, but I'm going to go rook g1, and maybe you'll hang something. Rook g3, rook dg1 after that. And
and I mean, they both know from playing a lot of these games, they know that just because the evaluation is bad doesn't mean you can't throw a wrench at your opponent and score a knockout, right? So, I mean, I think one of the things that they both do really well is when the game's going wrong, they find some kind of G4, G5 that you can throw at an opponent that will work occasionally, right? And
absolutely. I mean, it's just a numbers game. It's just like you got to fight for your chances and take whatever you can get. Hikaru, I think, is just one of the absolute best at like stirring up counterplay and resources in positions that look really bad or lost. And yeah, he saves just incredibly huge number of difficult positions.
So now, I mean, he'll be looking at knight c3, and there would be queen d3 in response. There would also be just simple trade possible. Oh, Bortnick gets back the pawn on a5.
It's on a5.
He's minimizing how much he's losing by on the queen side instead of throwing rook g1 at Hikaru's king.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very bold move. He can get away with taking this pawn. Then all of a sudden he's okay. But he's going to really wish he didn't push that g pawn. Hikaru plays queen a2. Wow, is he threatening knight takes c3, queen takes e2, and then rook takes d1? That's killer.
Yes.
Oh, that's absolutely brutal. Of course, this knight on a5 is hanging or dangling at some point as well. Queen a2. What a vicious move.
And on queen c4, there's rook takes d2, so that won't work out. Knight c6, I was wondering about, but once you were asking about knight c3, I thought knight c6 doesn't help at all against knight c3, really.
Yeah, and then there we see it. Hikaru is double checking his calculations. He's just one of the best puzzle rushers in the world himself, so this is probably not too hard for him to figure out.
Yeah.
And yeah, Bortnick looking disgusted, but position was pretty difficult. I mean, I think at this point it's not too surprising. And Black has some winning tactics. But Bortnick is now, he's probably still cursing that moment from yesterday where he won that game, but like he wasn't super precise at a certain moment.
He's still upset.
So yeah, if I just won that, I would have had more confidence for today. I would have won this game. He knows it's done.
Yeah, he knows it's over.
I mean, it's just too much material for Black. Queen on e2 is hanging, rook on d1 is hanging.
Yeah.
Nothing to try.
Yeah, I don't see any way to keep whipping up much of anything.
Queen e3, allowing Black to take on d1.
Oh, queen c2, he's going to play knight d8, queen d1, knight c6, or knight f7. Okay. Knight f7, that's mildly annoying.
He's hitting f7, yeah, but of course Black has a bunch of options here. Could probably just move the rook somewhere, and White still has no threats, just down in exchange.
Right.
Yeah,
rook d6 will be pretty simple.
Just hitting the knight.
Yeah. So knight b4,
knight b4,
queen to a4.
Just hitting that rook on d1.
Yeah. You have to watch out for rook takes d2 next move. Yeah.
So at this point, I mean, I think White doesn't even worry about making threats. You just try to keep everything defended. Just hope like you can survive long enough for Hikaru to have at least one difficult moment. Yeah. But it's not looking great here for Bortnick, and he knows it. Rook b1, rook b6 playing for this pin. Now c5 is a big threat. And yeah, I
Hikaru
think we
has
might see resigns here very soon.
relentless feeling of a computer, right? Where like when you're behind, like if you get behind, you're like, okay, well, I can never come back.
Yeah, basically when you have a big advantage, you feel like you can never break through because he's always finding the only move to defend. And yeah, when you're worse, it's like, okay, might as well just resign. It's just like every game, every move, it gets worse. It's like you're not only down material, but you're worse strategically, and you're like worse tactically. And yeah, it's like all the tactics are against you. C5.
By the way,
Mhm.
as he's resigning, folks, let's just take a moment to recognize Bortnick's strength. Okay, the guy has like 15 seconds on the clock here, or maybe 10 to 15 on this move. Rook b6 is played. It's like a nail in the coffin, and you already knew you were in a coffin, and you know the guy's taking another piece from you. And do you guys see the move he found here? Queen d3, defending the rook on b1 and preparing to answer bishop b4 with queen c4. I mean, to find that was just a couple seconds instead of resigning. You can see why other people other than Hikaru can't beat this guy.
No, and I had a very similar experience myself against him, and I think some title Tuesday. I was like up a piece in the end game with like a minute, and increment, like plenty of time, and I still ended up losing. It's just too tricky, just very, very quick and fast. And no, I mean, of course, he's one of the world's best, right? It's just Hikaru that's making him look like he's not.
Yeah,
shows how good Hikaru is.
Bishop d6. So you can take on h3 with check two different ways, and he plays something even more vicious.
Yeah. Like, let me dominate all the pieces first. Yeah. And then I'll take my win. Well, I mean, yeah, now it's just a clear piece up for Hikaru. He can take on.
Yeah, but he's got this move knight e2 in this position. I think that may. Oh no, he goes for something else.
Yeah, I'm sure he calculated a win here.
Yeah.
There's rook f6, maybe queen takes f6, queen takes g2. Nice. Oh, knight e4. Okay, this works as well, I guess, but I like queen g2. And Hikaru wins the first game with black to advance to the semifinals. Huge.
He's crushing. Oof.
Absolutely.
All right. So Hikaru wins the first match. One tiny thing I want to say about this is, Bortnick is around number 20th on the standings and Hikaru number 1. Hikaru doesn't need more points. He's definitely qualifying for the finals here. This hurts more for Bortnick, and there are some matches like that where one player is already in really good shape and the other player needs those points more to climb up the ladder. So tough matchup for Bortnick.
I'll never forget the famous words of Grandmaster Alex Shabalov at one of the U.S. championships in St. Louis. And he was out of contention for first place, but they asked him, like, you're not in contention anymore, so what are you going to be playing for in the last couple of rounds? And he very quickly was just like, there's always money, there's always money in the event. So Hikaru always has something to play for, right? There's always more money, more points. Why not? But we are taking a quick break now before moving on to our next match, which is going to be Fedoseev against Puranik. Stay tuned.
And welcome back, everybody, to chess.com's Rapid Championships. We have one intense quarterfinal in the books in our 8-player knockout for today. And we've got another one starting up soon.
Yeah, we're going to have Fedoseev, Big Fish, going up against Grandmaster Abhimanyu Puranik, a very talented player from India, who I honestly haven't seen too much of, but I'm really looking forward to watching him play. Because, of course, we know Fedoseev, we know how good he is and how strong he is in these events. But, oh, man, these up-and-coming juniors, they're just so good, so talented, so concrete. And yeah, looking at him now, Puranik's looking relaxed and ready to go. And the game will be starting, I think, in about just under 2 minutes here. Oh, predictions up in the Twitch chat. I just noticed. If you guys want to bet on the result here, you have just a few moments remaining to get your bets in.
Yeah. So Fedoseev was in last week's knockout bracket. He was eliminated by the eventual winner, Dubov. And also, as far as this RCC overall, he's in 7th place in the standings. So he's currently in that top 12. And he's probably 1 or 2 good results away from securing his spot in the finals. Right now, his point totals around 40, and there's a lot of people at 30 who could catch him. And
he's more of a medium fish in his current state.
Right now, yeah, as far as the top 12, he's right there as a medium fish at number 7. So he probably needs about another 8 to 10 points to qualify by the end of the season. And he could basically get there today with 1 or 2 match wins. The players have not really played each other before, as they kicked the game off with a Grunfeld. There's only one online game between the two of them before it was won by Fedoseev, but that's not, the 700 games of data that we had on our previous matchup.
Yeah, and that's also like, you always lose your first game when you play a 2700 for the first time. Especially like in online chess, like you just always lose. That's the rule. Right. No one beats a 2700 on their first try.
And we'll see if Puranik is a rule follower.
Well, the good thing is he got that one loss out of the way, and now he can just play normal and just try to win and just treat Fedoseev like any other player he's facing on the internet. And we have a kind of theoretical line in the Grunfeld with an early bishop d2 and taking on c3. And yeah, the idea is to establish this bishop to kind of challenge Black's bishop on g7. But here Black's playing, I think, a pretty known route, and it's supposed to give them pretty good play, where they're just playing c5 and e6. And here Black is okay with trading off the dark square bishops, but the idea is to play against the king on e1, which is still very much underdeveloped.
Right. So Black's sort of opening the e-file here with e6. That's an idea to it. And the question is, can White develop the pieces fast enough to castle kingside, or does White have to castle queenside to get the king off the e-file? In which case, it would be a somewhat open area for the king.
Right. And here he goes bishop c4. Yeah, this was super popular, like, I want to say like 8 years ago. Anand played bishop d2 against Carlsen in one of their world championship matches in the Grunfeld and got a very reasonable position. And at the time, it was like the height of theory, but we're like long since away from that, and there have been so many lines against the Grunfeld. So this is kind of like an older line that maybe Fedoseev has cooked up for today's game.
I think this might be a moment to trade on c3.
Yeah. Yes, White's idea here is to usually take with the bishop once they've played bishop c4.
Yeah.
And on bishop takes c3, like you were saying, I think queen takes is probably what White would want to do.
That's what I was thinking, is that probably normally the point is to take with the queen and not get these queenside pawns split. Right. But then in this position, after the queen takes, you could try the move b5. And that's what I was thinking, was that this bishop c4 move might somehow give Black a good moment to trade. But clearly that's not the case, since these extremely strong players have done something else. So black's going for the d4 square, white defends it. And I don't feel like black has gotten anywhere in this opening.
Yeah, I mean,
might be too early to say.
He's making very natural moves like knight c6, rook to e8, but I feel like the strategic danger here for black is that this bishop on d5 is very, very strong. And so if he doesn't really get like some compensation or manage to challenge the bishop properly, because bishop e6, you know, there could always be like knight f4 and then the knight comes to d5. So if he doesn't quite win the battle for this d5 square, then I think white will be doing fantastic. Because he has pressure on f7, pressure on the queen side. You know, the c5 pawn could always be kind of loose because it's hard to play b6 for black with that bishop on d5. So could be some pressure here from white. Although Fedoseev, he's the one that's lower on the clock, and so he's probably out of book by this point and trying to figure out exactly how to proceed.
But I would also add, Costa, even if you're able to play bishop e6 and just trade the bishop on d5 without the knight coming to f4 or anything, right? Because like here, maybe white still needs to move to castle, right? So if Puranik played bishop e6 and Fedoseev castled and he traded on d5, e takes d5, I mean, that's still an advantage for white, that passed d pawn, right?
Yeah, even just like a simple ed5 structure. I think you're right. Could be very, very dangerous, where this passed d pawn just starts pushing up the board and gets stronger and stronger.
I feel like the choice he made with e takes d5 and knight c6 was based on somehow gaining control of d4 for counterplay. But at the moment, I don't see that happening. I see white catching up on development, putting a rook on d1 and just being clearly better.
Yeah, I like white's position here as well. I think he's doing good stuff. And okay, finally castles after quite a big thing. Bishop e6 comes. So Fedoseev had lots to think about there. And finally trades on g7. And now if king takes g7, there's queen c3 check. Maybe going after the c pawn, but no, the knight's hanging at the end on e2. Yeah, so black will just play bishop takes d5. Puranik's making sure, very concrete here, but rather than making the automatic move king takes g7, very instructive moment. He's like making sure he doesn't want to throw in bishop takes d5 first, or maybe something else.
Yeah, also because if he's worried about knight f4, which I don't think he needs to be here, but if he were, this might also be a moment to trade before the knight comes in to support it.
Yeah.
I mean, as it is, I think bishop d5, ed5, king g7, rook a1 doesn't help him. So finally he does recapture. It was also practically a good idea because Fedoseev thought a long time about castling, and then on bishop e6 immediately trades on g7. And that's where you need to go for a second and say like, he had some kind of specific idea here, right?
Yeah, no, it's a good point. You always have to you have to feel the opponent. Like they're playing something quickly and confidently. That means they have some idea, right? They're not just like, oh, let me just make a random move and see what happens. So yeah, he was being, I think, cautious there and figured out, okay, there's no problem. And now Fedoseev makes very big decision. Bishop takes c6. Yeah. And he's going to be playing against black's pawns here. So kind of classic imbalance here. I mean, black is going to have, I would say, very good bishop on e6, open board, better than white's knight, which doesn't really have a great square just yet. But of course, the pawns will be weak on the queen side. And again, Puranik, he doesn't just automatically recapture here. He's very concretely thinking about going queen c3 first, and then going for the endgame, and he does.
Yeah, it's a tricky decision. You know, at first I assumed that he would want to make this trade to bring the white knight to c3, which doesn't look good, versus the c6 pawn, and that blocks the c file. But then I thought, but if you take on c3, you bring the knight closer to a4. And then I just wasn't sure if he should trade on c3 or not.
All right. Now rook ab8. And yeah, black structure is ugly, but he has the pressure, and it's not easy for white to attack these pawns. He can go c4 at any moment. Exactly, rook b4 here. Puranik playing solid so far.
Yeah, I think
we might
he's
see our
great,
first draw in this game. Yeah, very, very solid. Right, if white could just play like b3, knight a4, and then like another move, black would still have c4.
If somehow black weren't allowed to play c4, but no, he is. And Puranik, I think, is doing this perfectly. Like, you might, in some cases, want to play c4 yourself, but he's trying to keep the rooks and bishop open and active. And only if white plays b3, then in every case he plays c4 and makes a pawn trade. But otherwise, he won't put the pawn where it blocks his bishop and his rook on the fourth rank. For the moment, he's just activating all those pieces.
Yeah. That said, though, from practical point of view, the less time they have, I feel like the easier this is for white, right? Because it is black that has all these like weak isolated pawns, and I feel like black has enough, but I always feel like it takes more time to defend this versus just kind of dancing around with the knight. Because I really like what Fedoseev is doing here. He just overprotects b2. Right, he just protects it normally, right? But now he can just go like knight d1, knight e3. He can go f3, bring the king in.
Yeah.
Basically, he can just sit on the position.
Yeah, he'd have to throw in the move a3 though, right? Which has some commitment to it.
Yeah, no, an e-pawn. I mean, I would expect maybe like f3 at some point from white to first secure e4 before doing anything.
But also the a2 pawn, right? So I have to play f3, a3, several pawn moves, and then the structure becomes more sort of confirmed and brittle, and that gives again some room for Puranik to find something to do for black.
Yeah, now rook d8, rook f2.
We get him avoiding those trades. I mean, he definitely doesn't want to bring a black past c pawn to d4, does he?
Yeah, I think an easy decision there to avoid the trade. And I mean, it feels like a concession from white, but I think his point is like he's just trying to keep the pieces on the board, right? And it's like there's enough material that if black goes wrong at any moment, then white just wins. Like white can just clean up the queen side, just have two pass pawns there. It's just game over. So somehow I just get the feeling like, well, yeah, just in a practical sense, this is kind of tougher for black. But so far, black has been holding very well. Now he has the option of taking on e4. He just played f5. Could go takes knight e4, bishop f5, and go into a rook endgame, which to me I think would be giving black very much easier game because you don't have to worry about this knight anymore.
Yeah, something like this variation maybe.
Yeah, obviously it's concrete. You don't want to just be like ending up down a pawn, but feels like that was working.
For black. Those to play bishop c4, maybe with the idea of bishop d3 and some similar options on the next move. One nice thing about Puranik switching from the B file to the D file is that he's taken away that whole knight D1 maneuver you mentioned, right? So the knight's been sort of stuck on C3, which means, no strange hops to contend with for the moment.
Okay, takes on F5.
Splits
now
his
black
pawns.
More weaknesses. Yeah.
I thought he might be planning to throw in this bishop d3 in between move, but he's happy that he's just sort of semi-dominating this knight, right? So he splits up his pawn structure even more. It is 100% isolated pawns for Puranik here, but also 100% activity for the rooks and bishop.
Yeah, but how long is black going to be able to keep this up, though? I mean, okay, H pawn is hanging right now, so G3 is played.
Yeah.
Not exactly a move white wanted to play with the light square bishop on the board, but ends up feeling it's necessary. And yeah, I think white just needs to keep finding a way to maneuver around here. You might start with someone like king g2, just improving that king. But yeah, eventually he's gonna want just to put that knight on a new square. Knights they like freedom and finding different squares to attack from, right?
Yeah.
So doesn't want to stay on c3 forever.
Yeah. Well, you said Puranik's position would probably be harder to play practically for you with low time. He's managing it so far, right? He's not falling behind on the clock. He's in very good shape for the moment.
Yeah, no, I mean, if he holds this one, I would say that is just a fantastic defensive effort. Really, really solid. Yeah, it does feel like a position where white's playing for two results. And now 92, big moment, because he's offering the rook endgame. He's like, I know you're afraid of, the knight jumping around, so here's a rook endgame if you want. He's kind of intending or he's kind of implying like the rook endgame is good for me, so go ahead and trade.
Yeah, and I thought it looked like the rook endgame would be a bit good for him. So I think he's going to take the pawn on a2, give up the c5 pawn.
No, he does go for it. I feel like I don't know if that was a good decision. I think what you were saying is correct, because now it's just 5 weak pawns for black, 0 weak pawns for white. And black has to just make sure that they're super active here. It's still definitely good drawing chances for black, but now it's like, okay, you can just start piling up on these pawns.
Yeah, I mean, bishop a2, I think, was critical. Now white finally can afford to play that b3 move they've been dreaming of all game.
Yeah, securing the structure. And right, he's playing for like rook c3, rook ec2. So black has to be very active here. But I mean, if somehow we end up trading a pair of rooks, single rook endgame, white puts the king on e3, rook starts sliding in, rook c4, rook a4. This could be straight out of Rubinstein.
Oh. Yeah, I think he's maybe threatening f4, because for a moment I was thinking that rook ed2 would be a good move here. Pretty confident white would win the king and pawn ending if black traded all the rooks with rook h2 check. And rook ed2 would threaten to take and take on c5. But if he played rook ed2 at this point, then maybe black's move would be f4.
Yeah, that looks like a good resource.
Break up that structure.
Stuff starts coming off. So Fedoseev repeats the position with king g2, rook d1, now goes rook to c4, showing that he's the boss. He's playing for the win. Now black has to be very precise because the threat is rook ec2 and just taking on c5. So he goes rook to d4.
Yeah, I mean, actually, rook e to c2, he'll have rook to d2 check. Because king h3, right. There's rook h1 mate, and
otherwise trading, yeah, black will take on a2.
Yeah.
So drops back, rook to c3. It kind of feels like he's not doing anything, but black has to make a move. And yeah, as the time starts ticking down, it can get harder and harder. Like if black moves the king now, then white's second rook can maybe enter rook e7, rook e6. So
how about rook d2 to repeat moves? White would play king f2, I guess.
King f2 probably, yeah.
Yeah, that's not particularly helpful. So there's rook back to d1. There's pawn to f4, which doesn't look great to me after g4, but that's one move I'm always looking at for black. F4 here, it seems white can just pass you by and make 2 passed pawns over there.
He does play f4.
Okay, tries it.
Yeah, and that might be not a great move because it allows g4 and possibly 2 passed pawns for white. But that's the thing about these positions. It's like, how many decisions has black had to take? Whereas white can just like maneuver back and forth. Whereas black has to figure out, okay, do I push f5? Do I trade bishop for knight? Do I trade rooks? Do I do this? Now finally he lashes out f4. He takes, actually. That's surprising. Takes it, but it makes a lot of sense because now he's going to have a passed f pawn. After rook takes f4, king to g3, rook e4. Puranik might have just made some progress for Fedoseev.
That's true. I mean, it does just feel like white's up a pawn at this point, right? He's not going for rook e4, rook c4, nothing fancy, just king g3. Defending the pawns on the king side. And now he's off the second rank. So he's got more room to play a move of the rook on e2 and just sort of be ahead in a capturing race when black goes to d2.
Yeah. And now you just made a very important point. White's strategically pawn up. Like this is a king and pawn endgame, probably over. That's why I can't make a passer on the queen side. You push a5, well, you can just ignore it. a4, ignore it. And no pass pawn. But whereas white already has the passed f pawn here. So this is now becoming, I think, really, really tough for black. And yeah, next move. Okay, he goes rook e3 very quick. Now he comes in. And
now white's finally active.
Yeah. I mean,
right?
still, it's not going to be easy for white because now he has to be concrete. It's not just like maneuvering around and waiting for a mistake. Now he has to actually convert.
Right. But he's had the structure all game that I think would be winning in a king and pawn ending. I think ever since he traded on c6, maybe 15, 20 moves ago, it's been, if white could get to a king and pawn ending, they're winning just off of the structure. But black was always more active. It's fantastic activity for the black pieces. Always, always, always. Now, for the first time, white's put a piece on black side of the board pretty much, right? Since the bishop on d5, this rook is the first one to go to the black side.
Yeah. He was rook e8.
Joined by the buddy.
I feel like he was thinking about rook g5 there as well. Decides to just connect the rooks. And
rook g5 looked strong too, but maybe king f6 was acceptable.
Yeah, probably just holding the line.
And now I
see. Oh, rook d5. Okay. Yeah, I thought maybe we'd see like c4 there from Puranik or something because it feels like he's been going for the active move, right? Like all game.
Right, time to lash out.
But then it's tough. Why might trade rooks there? Take the pawn. Okay, Fedoseev throws in a check, goes after the a pawn now. F7, not letting.
Now rook g5 looks good enough.
Now rook g5, attacking from all angles, and both rook pawns here for black hanging. White's king also should be set. It's like being a little bit more useful than its counterpart, defending some pawns and letting the rooks kind of run around and attack everything.
Yeah, and the a pawn in particular looks just marked. Man, I thought Puranik played so well. It's unbelievable how impossible it is to draw a super jam.
Right. They just keep the game. They just keep the game going. But we saw it in Fedoseev, like as soon as he played bishop takes c6, the whole game just playing against the structure, not trying to like win with like checkmate or like activating his pieces, just playing against the structure, maneuvering around. And it's hard when you have to be the active side, kind of justifying your position with tactics the whole game. You run out of energy.
Fedoseev made like a big technical decision so quickly here, Kostya. He, I guess, recognized that if you take the pawn on a5 after h4, your passed pawns are effectively split, right? Like black wins control over the f4 square. And now those pawns are isolated and it's sort of like harder. So he immediately does this. And here I would have worried about, h4 check. But I guess he's thinking, he goes king g4. He holds his two connected passed pawns. And on h3, he just goes rook h8 and doesn't bother with the a pawn. And he's just said, if I've got my f and g pawns together as a unit with the king in there, it's just a winning situation. So
yeah, and now we can see he's totally winning here. Puranik just couldn't handle the tension anymore. He ends up taking on g5, maybe the worst moment to trade the rooks, just allowing white two connected passers, which often just win on their own, as we see Fedoseev here. He's just pushing both pawns, and he's going to threaten a back rank mate.
Yeah.
And that just kills all of black's activity. Okay, that's true. He has he's got this trick. Yeah. It's a good point.
You might want to play like king h3 or king f3, I guess would be good enough.
Yeah.
Sort of threaten that. He first takes the c6 pawn.
a4, or at least trying to trade everything off and make it somewhat tricky. Sometimes these endgames end up being hard for white.
I think this move king f3 is winning, but let's see how he does it. Gets the 7th rank first, trades.
Now just rook h7.
And just goes for theoretical.
Just simple. Yeah, doesn't try to calculate. I'd be curious. I'd imagine king f3 there was winning as well, but
yeah.
Once white takes this pawn, as long as black isn't like, I mean, there are endgames where the king and rook are so active that white's just not coordinated enough to make progress.
Right. I mean, sometimes it's because your king's cut off and the opponent's king is close enough to attack the pawns, but Okay, he's playing rook g5. King comes in. Rook g1.
Okay, now you can just take the pawn.
King headed to f6.
Yeah, and there are 5 seconds for Puranik. But of course, he's got the 2-second increments. And if Fedoseev somehow allows him a chance, I think he'll take it. But somehow I have a feeling that's not going to happen here. Now the 2 pawns are on the 6th rank. Oh, king is headed to h6.
Yeah.
And then he's going to, oh, Puranik knows it's done. And there's a resignation. Fedoseev advancing to the semifinals, where he will take on Hikaru Nakamura in the next match.
That's what they mean when they talk about a chess game as a grind, or when they say that somebody grounds somebody else out. They're talking about exactly what Fedoseev just did there.
Textbook grind, 100%. Like, yeah, if you look at the engine eval in that game, like it was equal for a very long time. Yeah. But just very slowly, like it just got slightly harder for black, because it's a numbers game. You know, if you take a multiple choice test with like 100 questions, even if they're all easy, you're probably going to get some of them wrong at some point, right? It's just how it goes. And if every move you have to never got any wrong.
Yeah.
If every move you have to answer some questions, it's not easy for anyone.
Yeah. Yeah, and there's a lot more time pressure here on these rapid games than I would say there typically is on a normal test. You know, like imagine a test where your proctor is Hikaru or Fedoseev, and every time you answer a question, they scream another question at you and like hit a huge clock in the room.
I was gonna say, like, they look at you funny, like you circle C and then they look at you.
They look at you funny, like, are you sure that's your answer? Well, next question. Bang.
Exactly. So next match is gonna be Wesley So against Benjamin Bach. Big matchup there. Wesley So coming in as the rating favorite, you know, the speed chess favorite. But Benjamin Bach, I mean, he's up there. He's beaten a lot of these guys. Not just in online chess, but in classical chess as well. I mean, he's a very accomplished player. So this is going to be a nice match. Wesley So getting the white pieces in the first game. And of course, he's going to be trying to win. So that will be starting in just a few minutes here. Right at 10 a.m. Yeah, Pacific time, right at the top of the hour.
Yeah, I think these two players faced each other in the Swiss yesterday. My recollection is that it was the game where Wesley had a knight trapped on G1 and checkmated Bach on the back rank using that knight.
Right.
I think that was their game, and it also looked like a Grunfeld to me. Although we didn't see the game, we sort of tuned in for the will the knight get trapped or not? Oh, that's checkmate moment.
Right.
It kind of felt like a Grunfeld position to me for some reason. An opening which Bach actually plays as black.
That makes sense. Yeah, I feel like that is part of his repertoire. Wesley, of course, being like a D4 player. So we might see the similar opening today. Actually, it'll be very interesting. I know Bach has also played the King's Indian. In fact, he beat Nakamura in a very famous OTV game in the King's Indian a couple of years ago. So we'll see what they play. In the meantime, for the Twitch chat, prediction is up. If you want to bet your channel points on either Wesley So or Bach, now's your chance before their match gets started. Here we have the bracket for today. The left side, we already have our semifinal match, Hikaru against Fedoseev. And now we're moving to the right side of the bracket. So we got Wesley So against Bach coming up here in just a few minutes. And then in about a half hour, we're going to have Paravyan against Dubov, the all-Russian derby.
Yeah. And if I had to predict one of the players who's currently in 13th through 20th place, who would make it up into the top 12 over the course of the last 6 weeks of the Rapid Chess Championships, the number one name that occurs to me is Wesley So. Like last week when I was broadcasting, the whole time I had my eye on Wesley, like, is this going to be the week where he, makes it up there and catches up? Hikaru's presence makes it harder for other people who are trying to make up ground to get 10 points in a week. But But I think that Wesley is perhaps the player the most likely to break into that top 12 and kick someone else out.
Yeah, absolutely. Still several weeks to go. A lot of Grand Prix points on the line. And yeah, as long as they keep playing these events, they can keep racking up points and trying to qualify for the final or the finals coming up in August. Alrighty. So we're going to have the 2 more quarterfinal matches here, then the semifinal match with Hikaru against Fedoseev coming up. Do you think they're prepping right now for each other, Hikaru and Big Fish?
I mean, they know each other, as we mentioned yesterday, right? They were teammates on the Marshals. They've played a bunch of games against each other. We'll see if we can check out their head-to-head record, when the semifinals come around. Hikaru's super well booked up right now, but when you're that booked up, it can be worthwhile to review some things, right? Like you come out of the candidates, you've got this wealth of knowledge, but also there's been an element of overload where you've got so much at your fingertips, and maybe some of it is like, oh, I know I've got a file over there about this that I could go and check. So I could definitely see Hikaru preparing right now, except he probably has to do it on stream, which would look less like you're a boss if you're, I think for the channel, he might feel more bossy by just sort of like relaxing.
Yeah, just chilling, just playing some blitz games, maybe watching the next couple commentating on the next couple matches.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see. So the interesting thing is Hikaru as the 8th seed, he's going to have black in all of his matches to start. Yeah. So he just has to make sure that repertoire is solid.
Right. We're going to see a bunch of Berlin today.
We might. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Real test.
It's kind of funny having sort of like the favorite playing black in all of these matchups, given the advantage of the white pieces, and perhaps looking to take basically every match that 3-2 game with the white pieces if his opponents are willing to go that way. And then if they push hard, of course he's happy to knock him out in game 1. But enough about Hikaru. We have Wesley So versus Benjamin Bach kicking off here.
Yeah, and Benjamin playing the Grunfeld, repeating yesterday's game. Presumably, we believe that was a Grunfeld. And this can't be a surprise from Wesley So, but he goes bishop to g5. And that definitely looks like a surprise to Bach, but not a move that he's never seen before. It's one of those sidelines that's always been around, and Black has always been fine, but you still have to know what you're doing here from the black side, as is typical in the Grunfeld.
Yeah,
so 94 typical counter, now bishop f4. Yeah,
I think that's the big difficulty of the Grunfeld, which we're now seeing 2 games in a row, is that there's so many different lines white can play. I think overall the Grunfeld is good. Basically, and this is like, I would say this about the Najdorf as well. So this is like completely the MVL repertoire. The knock, if there is any, I mean, I think the Najdorf and the Grunfeld, they're just like, tier A or tier S if you want to go past like A, B, C, D. They're like top tier openings, but there's a huge burden on black to keep up with all the different variations that white can try.
Yeah. And there's a lot of tries against both Grunfeld and the Najdorf. And yeah, there's like older tries, there's newer tries, there's tries where like you got to know how to defend some specific end game. There's stuff where you got to know how to defend against some weird tactics. It's like, yeah, there's a lot of ground to cover for a professional player, because other players are gonna, be looking at all kinds of tricky lines to try and pose problems.
Yeah. So C5.
Yeah, so far very thematic from Benjamin here. D5, C5.
Putting myself in the shoes of somebody who's just started playing chess and is rated, 325 or something like that. You might find it weird that people are just sort of like putting their pawns where they can be captured. right? Like what? Why did he do that? Can't you take it? And in this position specifically, and in a lot of Grunfeld positions, white can't take on c5 because of bishop takes c3. So the bishop's kind of looking through the pawn on d4. And that's both tactically and strategically, right? So that's one of the reasons why you're playing c5. You're trying to make the bishop better, and the bishop's strength is letting you play it. And generally speaking, in the Grunfeld, even if you don't have bishop takes c3, you can almost always play c5, whether it's a pawn sack, whether there's a defense to it. It's just black's move. They can do it anywhere they want, pretty much.
Yeah, they'll always be able to win the pawn back generally in case of white taking that one with their d pawn. So Wesley here, he's just playing like a more straightforward approach. Just put his knight on f3, bishop e2. He's now completing his development. And we just see classic Grunfeld here. White has a little bit stronger center, but black has a lot of open lines for the pieces, and now they've kind of transposed into a theoretical position. Both players playing quickly now. And yeah, Wesley, he's going for one of these like theoretical end games that has been seen many times before. And the black is supposedly all right here, but there's quite a bit of imbalance that, you know, one mistake or one inaccuracy, all of a sudden white gets an edge, and you can find yourself under very serious pressure, because white does have this 2 versus 1 in the center and open files for the rooks on the B and C files. So we can imagine white's rook quickly getting to rook c1, rook to c7, and causing some problems for black. So definitely not the simplest position for black to hold.
Yeah. Now white has to keep the a2 pawn defended. So that makes it a little bit harder for the white rooks to win in a standoff on the c file. That's one issue for white. And if black wins control over the c file, then c4 is another counterplay square for black. But I noticed something interesting off the board, Kostya, which is that Grandmaster Bach is not streaming this match.
Yeah, and he's been streaming a lot lately. So
yeah,
I wonder, probably he just wanted to focus on the games and do his best.
That's what I'm reading into it. I'm reading like, you know, maybe he doesn't have that Bortnick or Hikaru thing where somehow talking about the games doesn't slow them down or worsen them. But, you know, certainly it feels like he's giving it full attention, full seriousness. I think he seemed really excited yesterday to qualify for this knockout. And I think, you know, when you're excited to qualify for something, then often you make the most of that event or that opportunity.
I mean, well, that field was crazy. I mean, like Grischuk was in the event. Like there's like so many strong players playing. It was just like, to qualify is I think already a serious achievement, even for any GM.
Yeah, let me throw out a quick variation on the board. We can just double check the health of this a2 pawn. Rook a1 attacking these two pieces. How does black get out of that? It's knight b3. Oh my god.
Wow, nice one.
Rook a2
with not only the fork but the second fork on e2, taking f4 as well after that.
So your knight won't be trapped. Also, the rook is already basically indirectly defending the bishop, but it right. It can't move and defend the bishop, but it's already like there. It's like, no.
Yeah. So it's like a checkers combination: knight b3, knight c1, e2, knight
c6. So I mean, I'm not sure that Wesley's pawn is safe here, right? The other idea would be to play rook c7 after you drop the a pawn.
Probably rook c7. Yeah.
But the knight's defending b7, so I mean, you're not going to immediately win this game back, right? You're going to be playing for just the domination of your rook. Could be enough for equality for white, but you would think that black with two connected passed pawns, that's like, great, you've got some activity, you've got some compensation, but I would think it's everything to prove for white versus black if this were the position.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, you know, white's going to go bishop f3 there and go after the queenside pawns. I can imagine not being 100% sure, but we see Bach taking on c1 after a long think.
Mm-hmm. And you saw how long he stopped and thought on that move, right? Like Wesley played knight d2. And he was very serious. He knew this is like a critical moment. And, I think he found this weird knight b3 to c1 idea. That is not an easy thing to find in a quick game.
Yeah, very nice. Takes on a2, and now he sees rook a1, knight b3. And Wesley, he didn't play rook c7 immediately. And he's got this look like, oh, I thought I had rook a1 here, but I guess I don't.
And also losing along with Wesley. Wesley has a micro loss there, right? Because he's like, okay, I got to deal with this. But also losing along with him is Putin the Great, who's on the hook for 10 donated subs to Benjamin Bach.
Yeah, Benjamin absolutely found. Found rook a1, knight b3 here.
There's no way he played bishop a2 without having an answer to rook a1 winning his piece. So
100%. Yeah, but of course, I don't think we're gonna see rook a1 here. I think rook c7 is more likely choice. Maybe bishop f3 he can throw in first. But yeah, look at how much time Wesley is thinking. He did not think Black could take this pawn on a2. It is very, very clear now. But that's the thing about some of these top players, some of them, they play fast. Like Hikaru, I feel like would have just blitzed out rook c7 just to show, like, I don't care, It
would just be like, yeah, I see knight b3 in 1 second, so I can pretend I didn't miss it 2 moves ago. I can bash out rook c7. Like, of course, I just have compensation. Why did you give me the c file?
Exactly. But Wesley, no, he's thinking, he's showing like, no, actually, oops. But that kind of shows like the quality of his chess. Like he doesn't really care that he is showing that he made a mistake. Like now he knows like, uh-oh, I have a big decision to make here. I have to make sure I'm not just down 2 pawns on the queen side. Yeah. He's taking his time, making sure that he doesn't just blow the game.
Yeah. So safe to say that that Wesley didn't see knight c1 when he played rook c1 2 moves ago. And now he's going to have to recover and probably end up playing rook c7 and make the most of the compensation that he does have here, the strength in the center, the extremely active rook. I generally, if I want to, as a vague rule of thumb, and I mean, I don't like to use too many, rules and rules of thumb and stuff like that, but I often tell people that a rook on the 7th rank can be worth a pawn. Mm-hmm. Just to introduce them to the idea of like how much it matters, not that I want them to like count it up and be like, oh, I've got 3, they've got 4 or something like that. But it's
in many cases, it's worth more than 1 pawn. So it's good to tell people to focus on it. Yeah, the rook on the 7th can be so strong. And sometimes it's like not exactly obvious like how good it is, but often you're like 1 or 2 moves away from just like winning the game outright. Your rook gets there because it's just attacking so many targets. Here's another option for Wesley, although he just played bishop f3. I was going to say, like the rook a1 line, knight b3, bishop b3, bishop f3 is like, yeah, he maybe was thinking about this one. And how does Black defend b7 there? It's a very challenging idea, but I think what Black does is they play a5 to get room for the rook and the pawn because they can't save b7. Then rook a7 tempos the bishop, so you can't like bishop b8 or anything like that. And you get time to lock in the pawn on a4. Clear advantage for Black. So he doesn't go for that idea either. Yeah. It was bishop f3. He was probably thinking about just that. And actually, it's very instructive that he avoided it because that's like a lot of, I think, club players even would go for that line because it's like they won their pawn back. So they're happy. But they actually ended up in maybe a lost endgame with that strong a pawn. Right. You find the knight b3 and you go like, okay, but I can deal with it because this move, I win a pawn. There's something about like you found a tactic, you did a thing, you won a something, haha to your opponent. But yeah. Right. But then you end up with just the worst situation. So Wesley keeping his cool there. He's just accepting that he's going to be down a pawn. And look how much time he spent on those last 2 moves. He had over 7 minutes when Bach went down to this is like 5.5 minutes when he took on a2. Now Wesley's down under 4 minutes. Yeah. And earlier you were saying like you're not sure what the evaluation would be. White is the one that has something to prove here. But when your opponent is spending this much time, then as Bach, you got to be feeling confident that you're in good shape.
Slick rook c8 from Bach.
Yeah.
On rook a5, which won't be played, folks. Or I don't think it's going to be played, right? He has rook check, bishop here, bishop c4.
And White's not lost there because he can still save his king, but it looks annoying. You don't want to deal with it.
Right. Yeah, I mean, maybe even White's okay because these pawns are under so much pressure. I don't know. But what has he done?
Take on A5.
He does? He did?
Yeah.
Okay.
Look at that. Wow, Engine is even saying White is slightly better, which is shocking to me. Absolutely shocking. Black is up a pawn. He's about to take on f1 with check, maybe take on f2.
Yeah. h4 is played as well. I hadn't really calculated here, but I thought, maybe g3, bishop takes f1 wouldn't be the way. So that's why I played h4, even though it lets Black take the f pawn as well. And Wesley confirms that.
Taking on a7 with threats of his own on the back rank, as well as against the b pawn. So yeah, this is looks like going to be creating enough play. Obviously, the players don't know that, and I think Black is still the one playing for the win here.
Rook checks and bishop a6 is kind of like the obvious question to me.
Yeah.
For Black to ask Wesley, right? Because it blocks rook a7, it blocks bishop b7. Note you have to, actually you could even play bishop a6 first before taking, maybe. Then rook takes a6. No, okay. So you have to, he's done rook f1.
Yeah,
so
you gotta go here
bishop
first.
a6.
Yeah, bishop a6. Maybe there's like bishop takes b7. Is that possible? Then trying to get to the back rank, like
but
takes
rook
rook
b1.
b5. No one go rook b5 on.
Oh, you weren't greedy for my pawn? That's amazing.
I don't know if it works.
I got rook c1 too, right?
Oh yeah, this and rook c1. Yeah. It's not quite there.
That's ambitious. Maybe it's enough to just go back to the c file after bishop a6. Maybe just rook c5. And against b6, you could then go back rook a4. Or you could go rook c7 to a7.
Rook c7 looks good. Yeah. So bishop a6 played. Now, I like this rook c5, threatening either rook c8, which is a mating threat, or rook c7 and going after. And imagine, I mean, I think this is a little bit, fantasy, but imagine Wesley wins 3 pawns on the 7th rank, e7, b7, a7. He's doing really well, and that d pawn would be really, really strong. So, there's still some
d5.
Some hope here for White even to still win the game.
And against bishop f6, is he going to play bishop h6, e6, rook back to c5 there? Wow.
One option, or come in rook d7 maybe. But yeah, I think going after the back rank. And so h5 from Bach, I think very practical move.
Yeah.
To avoid any kind of, number one, mate was threatened with rook d8 and bishop h6, but also here he just kind of avoids all the tricks forever.
Right.
But king g3, Wesley gets the chance to secure his kingside pawns. Right. And now he has that winning potential, right? If he wins this e pawn, he's got a lot of passed pawns in the center. They're very, very strong.
Right. He's being very calm about pressing his attacks against these pawns here, right? He is not rushing to play rook d7 or rook a8 or bishop b8 as suggested in chat. One idea was to slowly go and take that a pawn. He's showing, confidence in the trumps of his position, not anxious to turn it into recovering that pawn. And that's, I think, up to a very high level. A lot of people would just be so nervous to be down a pawn in an endgame that their priority would be to get that pawn back on the board as soon as possible. What variation gives me material equality on the board within the least number of moves? And then you're going for that.
Yeah, you need this experience to know when it's you just have to, you need the wisdom to be able to forget about the material that's on the board sometimes. You just need to recognize okay, my opponent has an extra pawn, or my opponent has a rook and I have a bishop, but it's still chess. It's still about whose pieces are going to coordinate better and do more damage to the opponent's position. And so here it's like, okay, yeah, nominally black has one extra pawn, but this is still about putting pressure all over the place. And yeah, it's not about winning the pawn back, but it's about winning the pawn back in, say, the cleanest or strongest possible way.
Yeah. Black's looking very awkward. Like they found a setup that defends a lot of their position for a while, but it's hard to, you know, play A5 or B5 or do anything you actually want to do as black here.
Yeah, so now Wesley has a choice. Bach is allowing him to take on B7. I don't think he had a big option there. But if he takes on B7, that kind of frees up black's position in a way. You can take twice, go A5, rook A1, and then there we go. But yeah, at least I feel like this has to be somewhat of a relief for Bach, because now he can just he knows exactly what he has to do. Just need to push that pawn and not lose it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I feel like the position is quite drawish after this simplification on B7. Here comes the move A5 we were expecting. You know, rook A7 will still force him to play rook A1, but, you know, he might as well move the pawn when he can.
Yeah. Now, rook H1 here is possible, but then I think bishop G5 would probably be the answer. So rook A7 here. And now let's see, you could think about rook A1. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like black is probably not risking too much with this outside A pawn. But of course, 1 minute and just a little bit there for Bach, right? So we're going into the bullet portion of this game. Yeah. Now maybe bishop C7, bishop D8 is an idea. Probably black just goes E6 there, keeps everything defended. So we'll see if either player, I think at some point, if Wesley wants to win this game, he's going to have to start pushing D5, E4, E5. Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, the only idea I see is to try and like go after this bishop with the move E5, but you know, E4 bishop takes D4 doesn't really impress. So bishop G5, I feel like that's only a drawing move.
Right. But I saw Wesley was a little frustrated there. I think the issue is if you push D5, you also give black so many more winning chances by opening up this bishop. Now the A pawn starts running and the bishop.
Now the queening square is covered, right? So
yeah,
they've agreed to a draw
from Wesley here, which means they're going to be going to a 3+2 game directly after this with reverse colors. So overall, good result for Bach. I mean, he holds Wesley with black there. And now this game, he starts off with 1c4.
Yeah,
and Wesley looks off to the side.
Move order.
That's right. And here we go. I think we have the players flip, but it is Bach playing white here, indeed. And we'll get those cams fixed right away. And little weird opening here with E3. I know you hated when you do this, David, with E3 and G3, but yeah, I'm telling you, it happens in a lot of different lines, you know, these days.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the dream to play this E3 move, but overall, what Bach's position can do is also play D3, explode the whole center. End up with a very pleasant position with the bishop on G2. It's a tempo up C3 Sicilian for black. I mean, for white, who's playing the Sicilian side or whatever, compared to being black, it's a tempo up C3 Sicilian. And I would like white's position despite E3 and G3.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those rules we tell beginners to always avoid moving both pawns because your light square bishop can only cover so many squares. But here's a very specific case where eventually Bach will be playing D3, I think extremely likely, and then trading off on E4 and having this target. Because otherwise, if we can imagine black playing knight D7, knight E5, knight to D3, then strategically white would just be absolutely done. So I don't think we can expect that in this game. Yeah,
you'd be regretting E3 at that point. For the moment, I think Bach can castle. He seemed fairly well prepared for this, like queen B6, slightly offbeat move. He played E3 instantly on that. So I think this was something that he was, aware of and ready for up through queen b3. And this is bishop c5, the first move that is outside of, just his repertoire.
Yeah, exactly. And okay, Bach still, I feel like he's in a treating this like a rapid time control, right? He's really spending a lot of time on this move. I understand it's a critical moment out of the opening, but yeah, you got to make a move. He plays d3.
Yeah,
Big
you're
move.
not allowed to.
Why he spent time on that one.
But you're just not allowed to do that. I recall from when I was doing my blitz training, you can't think for a minute on a critical tactical move. You just can't. It doesn't matter that much. Like if you go back later, basically, and you check a computer evaluation for D3 and a computer evaluation for castles. And no, I'm not telling, everybody to do that, but just for the sake of argument, if you check the evaluations on these moves, castles or D3 or C takes D5 or even queen B6, you're going to find 4 moves that are within like 0.2 to 0.3 of each other, which just means like it wasn't worth a minute, right? Like you could have played the worst of those 4 moves in 1 second and you would have been better off than playing the best of them in a minute.
Yeah, I mean, just because the clock is super important. Now the players have increment here. They have this 2-second increment. So that's why we didn't see like Wesley in the first game, like trying to flag his opponent, because 2 seconds is for these guys more than enough time to handle, all kinds of simple end games. But as you get low on time in a complicated position, it's not easy to find good moves with little time on the 2-second increment. And so, yeah, if you get way down on the clock, then you're basically just kind of burning all the bridges for the future. Now, look at the structure. After D takes C4, Black is going to go B5 at some point. There's just this like massive constellation of pawns on the queen side. White is going to have 5 versus 3 on the king side. These are my least favorite positions to play, my favorite to watch.
Okay.
So crazy.
Because I was rooting for this D takes E4 move. I didn't know who it was better for or worse for. I didn't know what move I would play for my game. I didn't know if I was rooting for Benjamin or Wesley, but I was rooting for the crazy DE4 position rather than D takes C4, which is very solid and normal. So at least we can say Benjamin showed some courage and some will to win right there.
Oh, absolutely. But we are now getting a bullet game here, 1 minute for each player. And I mean, practically, I kind of like White's chances, especially this E4 square. You got 94 coming, starts with H3.
Oh,
that also looks very annoying for Black, hitting this bishop.
Push him.
On to E6.
On F5, he'll trade on D4.
Has to take on D4, and he has bishop takes C3 with check, to save himself there.
Now, knight e6 is probably undesirable because Black's then got a million pawns on light squares without the light squared bishop and gets a pseudo blockade square on f5. Now, you can never truly blockade a majority like this of whites. You can't stop the avalanche, right? G4, E4, F5. You can't truly stop it, but there's a measure of restraint, right? It's not a convenient way to advance your white. So you will not see white do that. Even the most bloodthirsty bishop pair hound will tell you that in this position, you don't want to take on E6. He takes on E6. Yeah.
Even Mr. Bishop pair himself, that the concept was named after, right, would not take on E6. Here we see he did. Bach took on E6, but look, he spent so much time doing it. He's down to under 20 seconds. He's really playing with fire here because this position is still so crazy. But bishop H3. Now he's finally started to speed up. That's good to see.
Black's got an outpost for their knight, but more interested in winning the pawn on A2. I just feel like these positions are just about the activity of the pawn majorities. They're not about the minor pieces in that same kind of way. I mean, even exchanges can be sacrificed if you're the one who activates your majority. So the bishop pair is a smaller consideration than that.
Yeah, it truly is all about the pawns here. Although I think it's going to be more about the clock. And what happened? Draw by agreement.
I don't know. I don't know what's happened. Wesley had like a 30-second to 10-second advantage, right?
They're playing a bullet game now.
Yeah.
So they're going to the third. That was weird. Wesley didn't, he almost looked like he offered a draw by accident. Like
Okay.
he was like surprised when the game was finished. It's weird.
That was
But now
really
Wesley
weird.
is back to white, and now they're playing a 1+1 game. Oh boy. And then we have Berlin with this bishop takes c6 structure. This is opening they play at the highest levels these days. So we'll see how well these guys can handle the position in bullet. And very big decision there. Bishop takes b3.
This c takes b3 structure looks pretty blech to white.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. Because now this b pawn, this d pawn is weak for the rest of the game. And knight d7. I like how Bach is playing this so far. Very quick, very natural, putting the rooks on the d file.
Definitely wanting to play knight c5 at some point this game.
And yeah, this one you have to forget about who your opponent is. You know, Wesley So, 10-time US champion, whatever. You just have to forget all that. Realize the bullet game. You got 30 seconds on the clock. He's got 30 seconds on the clock. You got to move here, Benjamin. Oh man, he spent a lot of time on knight c5.
Right.
But I think he wants to bring that knight to e6 maybe.
Yeah, I mean, he saw that there's like knight d2 and then what's next, you know, but I think sometimes you just wait for the next move to find out what's next from yourself, right? From your future self.
We have GM Hess in the chat. It says ban the draw offer. He's not
Strong words.
Yeah, that could have been an insane time scramble. I'm still confused about. I'm hoping Wesley So wins the whole thing so we can ask him.
Like, what's the reasoning on that? B3 is hanging at the moment. Bach preserves the pawn on B5 first.
Oh man, 10 seconds for Wesley.
Now with the pawn on E5, yeah, it's always going to be winning that pawn back.
And going to the endgame, the position's absolutely blowing up, but now Black has huge knight on D4, tons of pawns on the queen side.
He had bishop G7 to B2 there. Whoa, the trades are coming in fast.
So quick. And rook B4, dude, Bach is in a flow state right now. His bishop is so strong. He knows if he can take this B pawn.
Two pawns. He was down 2 pawns for a while.
Oh man. A4. Oh, he's pushing. Oh, they're just racing now. They don't have time to calculate anything. They're just going. D7. He's got rook C8 check to promote first.
Okay, so rook D8. Rook D8's the move. Will he find it with 4 seconds?
This knight on C2.
No, he doesn't.
D1. Rook C3. Oh no, this is not going to work for Black. Knight on A1 is too. Knight on C2 is too good.
B3 is a nice hope, but there's rook A3 for white.
Throws another check. Knight A3. He covers the pawn on a light square. David, it's all over.
Yeah.
And Bach knows that he's going to resign. Unbelievable time scramble. Look at Wesley So relieved. Dang.
Wow.
Wins and advances to the semifinals.
All right. That's good for you because you'll still get a chance to ask him, why did he go from a 30 to 10 second advantage to a 60 to 60 time equality there? Well, that was the most exciting match we have seen in a while in this knockout bracket. And yeah, and we're going to have no breaks here. You know, the bullet action is going to be followed by the very next game. We are going to go on to the 4th of 4 quarterfinal matchups today. We've got Daniil Dubov, the defending champion from last week, going up against Dropstone DP David Paravyan.
Big matchup here. Very big. Yeah, they'll be starting any second now. Wow. What a match. And man, poor Bach there, because he was like crushing that game. But the problem is he knew he was winning. He stopped playing against the clock. He started trying to play good moves on the board. And that's where you go wrong in bullet, unfortunately, when you start trying to convert the position. It's just too complicated there, both sides with their passed pawns. Oh man, but Wesley, such a genius at the end.
He got that position where he's just pushing the A pawn. Wesley's just pushing the D pawn. You know, like Wesley's not trying to figure out if he's winning or drawing or what. He's just like, I just have to push my D pawn, you know? And then we get to this moment, Bach's got 13 seconds on the clock and he's got to find the winning move, which I sort of thought might be rook d8, you know, but not like I knew, but he thought for 8 of his 13 seconds and didn't find the right move, whatever it may have been.
Yeah, that was the right moment to think, but yeah, just a shame it had to come down to that. I think Wesley though, just such a genius, like putting the knight on c2, covering the a1 square, and then you just forget about it. Like whatever black promotes, he just gives the knight. He's still got his pawns in the center. He'll get his counterplay.
Just puts it out of his mind.
Yeah, that was very, very strong. And then Bach just couldn't quite figure out how to stop White's d pawn there. Just not enough time.
Yeah. And what a crazy thing it is that we're watching, you know, top 10 players in the world showing off their bullet skills. It's not just Hikaru Nakamura. He's not the only, you know, super GM professional player who's also got his hand on the mouse. I mean, Wesley So really showing off those speed skills. And, you know, he's made it to the finals of the Chess.com Speed Chess Championship. He's played several epic matches with Hikaru there, played that bullet segment against him. And, you know, clearly Wesley has reached a very high level in online chess and probably enjoys it somewhat, as well as classical and all the other events that he plays. He plays rapid chess, chess 960, everything.
Yeah. No, that was so fast. At some point, I thought he was like moving pieces with his mind. I mean, he was just going so quickly. It's like telekinesis. It was just so fast. And here we go. The final quarterfinal matchup of today. We have David Paravyan playing white here, aka Dropstone DP, the higher seed going into today's tournament based on yesterday's standings. And he's going up against last week's winner, Daniil Dubov, who is playing very solid e4, e5 here as black, and and the 4 knights from white here, kind of opening with a very kind of drawish, risk-free reputation.
Yeah. Let's say 2 things about Dubov right at the outset here. In contrast to Wesley So, Dubov has promised us that he is the opposite of lightning fast, that he will slowly drag his finger on his trackpad and essentially resign if he gets under 20 seconds in a game, that he will have no chance at all. The other thing I want to say about him is this is a very, very famous variation, this 4 knight Scotch kind of position. And Dubov is showing some kind of opening preparation here. He's playing extremely quickly. And what is he doing differently than normal? Why is Paravyan thinking here? Because he was avoiding castling Kostya. He allowed rook e1 check. I mean, nobody ever plays this move order.
Yeah, normally in this line, black castles early, even like leaves a pawn hanging on d5 for a moment or two to castle quickly. Like after e takes d5, black often castles here. Yeah. And asks white to go ahead and take on c6 so that black can get rook e8 check and big initiative. So yeah, that was kind of fresh from Dubov. I don't know if it's new, but yeah, I don't recall seeing it so recently.
Yeah, I have not seen that. It may seem like a little thing, like maybe it just transposed, but all it did was make Paravyan think for 30 to 40 seconds. Like, is there a way to take advantage of this weird move order? Is there something different coming? Eventually, there's no good move for black in the position other than castling kingside. He still does it. So it's just some kind of little rapid trick to make your opponent stop for a moment.
Yeah, and Dubov, he's so good at finding these like little move order ideas in the opening and just like new ways of putting pressure on the opponent. Yeah, he really is amazing at just like kind of like using the engine, but at the same time finding positions that the engine doesn't fully understand, or that might be trickier for a human to handle over the board. I think he understands that part of the game very well and allows him to really come up with some incredible ideas. But the middle game they reached here, I would say, is pretty classic and thematic. And these are both Russian schoolboys, so I feel like they're very much in their comfort zone right now. They've probably played this position from both sides, or this type of structure from both sides, you know, many, many times throughout their careers.
You know, Daniil has a lot of really interesting opinions, but one thing he said last week that absolutely shocked me, it was kind of like a little thing. I don't know how many people would have like really noticed it or what you think of it. But one thing he said last week was that as he was going into an end game, he thought, well, you know, I'm from, I'm Russian. There was a Soviets are good at end games. You know, maybe I'll win this end game. And he said, And he said, not like I'm like famous as a good endgame player, or I consider myself to be particularly strong in the endgame, but I thought, we're going to an endgame and I'm Russian and he's not. Maybe things are looking up for me. What?
I remember that part. Yeah, I don't know. There's something about it. It's not, things get passed down, generation by generation, like through ancestors, right? And there's just something about it, it's probably not objective. It's definitely not objective. But there is a bit of a placebo effect there, right? If you believe you can do something, or you believe you have some luck on your side, somehow things end up going your way.
Right. It almost feels like some kind of like ancient inherited like chess world version of racism, right? To be like, oh, people from this country are better at end games and from this country they're not. I mean, obviously it's based on, like at some point information didn't move around as freely. So you could have somewhere where people have studied something. And so, the Armenians knew the French defense better and they played it all the time. And they played training games that other people didn't see, et cetera. But it still feels like, well, what reason would there be in the 21st century for a Russian to be better at end games just because they're Russian?
I think that's exactly where it comes from, is that, before the internet, you basically only had the people around you to study. And I think you did see different styles develop. Like the English chess school was full of these like attacking, like swashbuckling style players. And of course they developed like the English attack in the 80s and 90s. And I think like Russians were known for being like very solid technical players. Americans were known for like not being the best endgame players and just being very like brave, courageous attacking players, But since then, now that you can study with anyone all over the world, it's like, all that stuff has gone out the window.
Yeah. As chat says, he may have just been completely joking, but it was like a funny thing for him to say. So, which, if the intention was a joke, that worked.
Right. And now,
so we saw this have no sense of humor.
F6. And this endgame here is supposedly totally fine for black, despite having these super weak double pawns on the king side, because white did have to go with the dark squared bishop to reach the structure. And with queens off the board, black's king is not nearly in as much danger as if it was, as if the queens were on the board. So white has this F5 square, and it does look nice for white optically, but the power of this dark square bishop on F8 should not be underestimated.
Yeah, I just think sometimes when you've got a busted structure, sometimes it's tricky to find good squares for both your bishops. Sometimes it's like if you move your pawns one way, they block one bishop. If you move them the other way, they block the other bishop.
Now we see b4 from white. Very ambitious move, and c5 from Dubov, creating weaknesses on both sides of the board. d5 now versus c3.
Yeah. I think that if we made a lot of trades, white would be a bit better. Thinking back to Fedoseev's grind against Puranik, it feels like if there were a lot of trades, you could eventually get ground down as black. So
it depends like which minor pieces we end up getting left with. And I'm not sure which one here would be the most unpleasant for black. I think with both bishops on the board, I feel like black is okay. Just the two bishops are really good. I feel like if black is left with this dark squared bishop in general, they're gonna be all right.
Yeah, I think I can speak to it a little bit with some confidence, because this is like the only kind of end game that I've been interested in since I was a kid, is sort of minor pieces. And I would say if by some miracle white traded the light squared bishop for the dark squared bishop, which would have to be a weird tactical sequence, right? I would say that's the absolute death scenario for black, because white can put a king on d4 and maneuver the knight to like e3.
Sure.
And that is so creaky for black, right? Between the d5 pawn and the weird kingside pawns. Also, the king and pawn endings, probably a lot of them are losing, though it depends specifically on how far up the board each king is. It's not a guaranteed loss. And then the other scenario that I think would be pretty bad for black would be just pure light squared bishops. And that actually could happen, right? Like this bishop and this knight could definitely trade. A pure light squared bishop ending would be really close to death for black as well.
Could be very, very tough. Yeah, with multiple weaknesses on the board. So I would imagine, yeah, we're not going to see Dubov willingly trade off his bishops if he can avoid it. But if he can get the dark squared bishop, so if white play, like he is allowing something like bishop b5, for example, but then those trades don't seem so bad for black. Maybe just taking on b5 and going rook c8.
Mm-hmm.
So king f1, just bringing in the king.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's one of those positions like I feel like black should be okay, but you don't want to do something silly and mess it up. Right. There was actually, it was funny, there was a game in the candidates between Firouzja and Ding that went into this kind of endgame. Mm-hmm. And at first it seemed like Firouzja was just trying to kind of like just play a solid game, and his tournament was not going well, so he just plays the 4 knights, goes into the super drawish endgame. But then him being Firouzja somehow ended up turning into this like super sharp endgame with like chances for both sides with opposite color bishops, so kind of drawish, but like passed pawns on both sides of the board and ended up being super, super sharp. So this position could very much still explode.
Yeah. So Dubov decides to take advantage of having the rook on the E file to try to cross into the center with his king before white, maybe. But if king e7, rook e1, I think a rook trade favors white. So I don't know if he would actually follow through on king e7 next move, depending on what white does. If I were black, I would avoid trading the last rook.
And then we see e5.
This is designed to eventually put the knight on f5, huh? So now Dubov has to really ask himself if he wants to go to a pure rook endgame.
Yeah, and Dubov just looked off to the side, like he kind of underestimated this.
Yeah, because immediately the white rook even gets this tempo on b5, right?
Yeah, takes, rook takes. And black has to either go passive with rook d8 or maybe try rook c8, something a little bit more active. Rook c8, maybe white goes knight e2, just defends this pawn, and
then bishop c5, I guess.
Bishop c5 still feels like, yeah, black is holding. So this will do what I was thinking about the rook endgame.
He just takes it. This is what I was wondering, like, because in theory, the rook ending among all those, like I mentioned the endgames that I thought were closest to death, right? The rook ending is the closest to life, but then my hesitation was, man, with this tempo of the rook already being active, you could still lose, even if generally you're going for one type of endgame or another. It always depends concretely on where the pieces end up and who's active right when you go into it, right? So
yeah, absolutely. If black goes rook d8 there instead of rook c8, I think black is in huge trouble in this, because you have literally 5 isolated pawns. None of black's pawns can defend each other. White can just walk in with the king, walk in with the rook. And again, yeah, straight out of Rubinstein here, it's just plus minus. So we see Dubov playing rook c8, playing for activity. And now Paravyan's thinking about it. Obviously, he can take on d5, but he's thinking about making some kind of technical move, like either rook a5 or to bring in the king with king e2, king e3. Definitely not an easy decision for white. But rook a5 kind of feels like the move to play to defend.
You could also look at rook c5 real quick, but that probably only took him 3 seconds. We can check it. Rook c5 takes, king e8, king e2, king d7, king d3, king c6, king d4.
That seems good for white.
White wins?
That looks nice.
Wow. I mean, maybe it's just like rook b8 is why he didn't do this. Maybe it, like that renders it sort of like irrelevant, right? But I think rook c5, pawn c5, it just wins for white since the king gets to d4 in time. And this is basically, we're just getting at, you sort of automatically lose a lot of these because of these pawns, unless, the black king were somehow just dominating further up the board than white. This position eventually the black king is going to have to move back and white will take this pawn. This is like a mutual Zugzwang kind of situation, right? Between the kings. Yeah. So it comes down to who's got more tempi, and basically these pawns, this time they lose not by getting attacked by the king, but like stumbling on each other and having less reserve tempi. You just lose the battle to have more moves to waste.
Yeah. And we see the live position, like white is still basically just trying to squeeze out any advantage he can. But yeah, rook c5 definitely was a big candidate choice there. But yeah, probably just rook b8 he thought, and nothing really changes.
I like your suggestion of rook a5. I have an inkling, a suspicion that that was the best move, even though I'm not Soviet. In the game, he took on d5, which I think gives black a fighting chance, Kostya, a fighting chance with that a pawn and the active rook.
Oh, for sure. No, I mean, I would think a draw is the most likely result here by far, just because it's still equal material. And these double pawns, you know, in the end game, actually, like a lot of times they're terrible, but in single rook endgames, they're not that bad because the king on g7 defends all three pawns. And so sometimes there's other issues, and so you end up losing, but I don't think you really ever lose just because of the pawns. And so now he goes rook a2, going after white's second rank. And yeah, to me, this feels like black definitely has enough.
There's a single repetition already.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's gonna take some imagination to figure out how white plays for the win here. He could have put his rook on f5 at some point. But I think that's where it came from. So it doesn't seem to be making progress.
Dubov's got it. He's got it.
Yeah,
Paravyan goes for it.
Okay, takes on h6. Yeah, I mean, white's certainly not risking anything here with the more active pieces.
Makes the passed h pawn. But I've got this feeling like they both know that Dubov's going to be able to hold it.
Yeah.
What's the right area for the black king? Should it be near the a pawn trying to queen, near the d pawn trying to stop it, or near the h pawn trying to stop it?
It's one of those multiple choice questions you have to answer. You're playing at 2700.
Quickly, Kostya. What's your answer?
I put it on g7.
All right. Good choice.
Was that right?
I don't know.
I know you.
My feeling is d pawn. I'm gonna give a slightly different guess than you.
Okay.
Yeah.
G4. Now I feel like time to go a5. Start pushing this one.
Yes. I don't think you stop two pass pawns with passive defense. So I think you run your a pawn. Absolutely.
In the a pawn here, but yeah, credit to David here. I mean, he's still finding ways to make this hard on black.
White's going to play rook f5 if you play a5, and then try to come behind it.
Yeah,
he played a5,
rook h5, and then I mean, I feel like you could go a4 and try to take the h pawn.
Ooh, he gave the check. Now this. Oh yeah. Okay. So if you play king g7, then he goes to h5 there. So he's just asking him early on to commit the king one way or the other.
Yeah. Big question here for Dubov.
Because like king g7, rook a8, rook h2 would not be what white wants, but white's just going to come back to h5 in that case. So, but the king goes to e7. So now he goes over here. And Dubov's going to go for the pawn trade here. I think Dubov's great. I mean, as a person, but also in this position.
Yeah, I was going to say. Rook h2. Now wait to play here.
Yeah.
I feel like you're going to have to take on a5 at some point, right? So
he's regretting that he didn't go rook h5, but I guess against rook h5, maybe Dubov would have just played rook h2 instead of saving the a pawn. Just leave that trade in the air. Anyway, yeah, it's the way to do it. And this is Kostya, I think, revealing the answer to our multiple choice question.
Oh, you put the king on e7.
Yeah, I felt awkward bringing it up because I didn't want to gloat or anything, but I have to explain the answer for the viewers anyway. The thing is that when white goes after the A pawn, right, Dubov's going to be able to go after the H pawn with his rook. So the remaining passed pawn is going to be the D pawn, and that's where his king needs to be to defend that pawn. If white's king had been near the G pawn, then the answer would have probably been king to G7, right? If white's king were on G3, it would probably be king G7, because when white goes after your A pawn, you'll go after the D pawn and win that with your rook. And then you want your king near the H pawn.
Okay, if you say so.
That didn't make any sense is what I'm hearing from you.
Well, let's get to the live position, because now
Okay.
David is still trying to convert this one.
Yeah. I apologize for flubbing that explanation.
And now he's pushing D6. But it does make sense though. I think, yeah, you did want the king dealing with the passed D pawn.
He's trying to push this king back to G7, right? So normally you put your rook behind the pawn here, but white's going to try rook D1 to D8 in response to that.
Right.
But I guess if he'd played king E8 to avoid it, then rook E7, and he doesn't want to give up the F pawn. You would have to just come back to F8. Yeah, I don't know. I would have probably played king E8 here.
There we go, putting the king on G7, vindicating choice.
Now you could explain to us why the king should have been on G7 the whole time.
Well, I put it on G7 because I was worried about checks from the side. It looks like, okay, they're repeating moves there. White had no way to make progress at the end, because notice white's king on E4 kind of cut off there and couldn't advance. So first game drawn, they're going to be going to a 3+2 game. Reverse colors, Dubov getting white in this next game, and they are already underway immediately. Knight f3, knight f6, and now the game can start as they've both developed their knights. We get c4, g6. Paravyan, I should say, big King's Indian player. I'm a big fan of his games myself. And hopefully we see King's Indian here. I mean, in Blitz, I think it's a pretty dangerous opening.
Yeah. Fianchetto variation. Well, Dubov takes over the advantage of the white pieces, so I think now he's a small favorite in the match. And
we just see we've got that's right. Very solid B3 here. 94 from black. Both sides just making I'm sure this is still very much part of their book.
Yeah.
E5 taking some space on the queen side.
And looking to develop the rook one day.
Yeah. Knight c3 takes, knight d7. It's a quiet position, but there's definitely enough tension here for either side to go wrong. And Dubov already a little bit down on the clock. He's been kind of improvising this opening, like he wasn't exactly sure what he wanted to do with his white game.
He's getting way behind on the clock here, and I think he's a little bit frustrated that Paravyan's so comfortable, and he's like, well, I got to come up with some kind of an idea here, right? It's putting pressure on him when black is playing so confidently.
Yeah, Paravyan just seems to be in his prep, whereas Dubov has to kind of find like human moves and human playing here. But of course, it's a blitz game, so the prep will run out. There we see b5. Interesting decision.
The prep has run out. And the very first move out of prep, as always, is a mistake.
Yeah, it looks odd.
I mean, the guy just played rook c1, and he's weakening the c file in response, right? So.
Yeah, I mean, look, we're in no position to criticize what these guys are doing, but we're just saying bishop on g2, rook on c1. They seem pretty happy with black's last move b5. Just saying, could be wrong. Yeah. That's just, we're showing our viewpoint here.
Dubov unveils the bishop as well.
Now we get a trade, and all the knights have come off. 2 bishops left. White gets this d4 square. Feels like a nice little pleasant edge for Dubov. Can put the bishop on d4. And
he's Gonna want to maybe try to break with I was expecting E6 from black, and I was gonna say he's gonna want to try and break with E4 when black can't play D4. So probably it would have been immediate, right? Like E6, E4 immediate.
Quite possibly.
Probably. But Paravyan surprises slightly with bishop B7. I was wondering if he could play E6 in response, but he played it instantly.
Wow. So he's allowing black to take the pawn for free, but if black takes on C3 first, I wonder if he wants to throw an EF7 or maybe just recapture, and I'll just leave that pawn on E6.
Yeah. So here he's going to trade, and there's going to be some move with Queen D4 and going after one of these hanging things, but he doesn't have Queen B6. So what's it going to be? Is it going to be H3, Queen C5, Queen E3?
Oh, I love this for white. This is so good. I mean, just for one pawn, so much compensation here. Like black's bishop is bad. You can go like H4, H5 as well, and then bishop H3. You can go like rook D1 and E4. I think this is just like, yeah, literally bread and butter for Dubov here.
Rook C5.
I think he's just going the positional domination route. Rook F-C1 maybe. Oof. Yeah, this is a rough position for black.
Queen E5. Black might grovel with Queen D6, but it would leave B5 hanging, etc. Rook C8. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, using the pin on the rook. Now maybe E3. Just stabilizing the queen. Threatening to take on C8. Dubov thinking here. He's only got about a minute here. We know he's playing with his famous trackpad, so he's gonna have to hurry it up and receive.
He plays your fantastic move. Fantastic.
Yeah, I'm a simple man. I see light square bishops. I put the pins on dark squares.
Yeah, that's right. Simple man, simple pleasures, simple structures.
I mean, imagine what gets A3, B4. You know, black just resigns. Game over.
That would be nice. I was wondering, like how good, just as, this is how my brain works, is like, I just calculate Queen C3 first, right? Like Queen C3, Rook C5, Queen C5, Queen C5, Rook C5. And then I sort of calculate and evaluate that position in order to get a sense of what's going on in the game. And the sense I was getting was it's very good for white right there.
Yeah.
Because basically, I mean, on bishop A6, Rook C6, whatever, white's just having their way with the position. E5, bishop takes D5. But all that to say, of course, E3 is going to be a better move than Queen C3 once you calculate that. But it, and then it just comes to him with the extra useful E3 move in there. So here we are.
And now Paravyan, he spent a lot of time before going into this endgame. And it's always a instructive moment when someone is down a pawn, but they offer a queen straight because they're still just so much better in the endgame strategically. We can see how much more active white's rook here is, the live position versus black's rook on F6. And yeah, Paravyan had to convince himself that there was just nothing else but this miserable looking endgame. Now both players are on 40 seconds here, and they're both in a thinking pose. Not the time to think, guys.
Yeah.
40 seconds.
Dubov was doing like the bullet version of a deep think here, a deep dive into the position, right? Because he could go Rook C6, black has to go E5, bishop D5, Rook C6, bishop C6, B4, I think, right? Like just put all the pawns on dark squares, except that you're playing this endgame with double isolated pawns, and it's probably maybe enough for black to hold. So then you consider A3, B4 here, while the rook's still holding this rank. But finally comes up with bishop F1. And
8.
Now rook C6 looks even better, right? He's got 18 seconds. He's got to start playing bullet.
I mean, they're driving me crazy. You guys got to hurry it up here.
He's in straight out of Rubinstein territory, right? He wants to really
very close
this one through. Rook C7.
Wow, he was allowing bishop B5, but he wanted bishop D7 there. Now rook A7 going after the queen side. I think it's time for black to play rook D8, E5, D4. Start pushing this D pawn. Okay, bringing the king in. That also looks very nice.
Yep. Oh, rook to the 7th again.
Goes
back. What does he have to do? Try bishop C6, rook C7. He's got to keep this rook from getting to his B pawn, right?
Yeah. So Dubov here just latching onto this bishop.
But there is this rook a8 move, which could save a lot of positions.
Yeah, if it goes rook b6, there's always rook a8. Exactly. And we might see another repetition here. Nope. Dubov plays on rook c7, f4. He wants to win right now. He wants to win this game.
But he said he would lose with the trackpad. Why is he doing okay here? What is happening?
He's got the 2-second increment, David. He's not on 10-0. So he can, 2 seconds is enough time for Dubov to make a move with the trackpad. And any move that he makes is going to be at least 2650 level with his hand. So
so you believe he's on a trackpad here?
I mean, I'll take him at his word. I don't know.
Yeah.
Definitely looks like, I mean, he's so far a little faster than Paravyan, who Dubov said himself is a very fast player. Maybe Paravyan is more comfortable to get down to 3-4 seconds here.
Yeah. Black is totally A-okay though with the rook on the second rank here. I mean, Dubov's advantage is gone.
Completely. Yeah, anyone's game, trading off into a rook end game. And now this one, I think, super drawish at this point. Pawns are going to
now. Black can go rook d2 to e2 right here, d4 as well, just trading it. Simple draw.
Rook d3 now. Okay, e6. And yeah, now both players are in their comfort zone. This is a position they've seen in textbooks, at least something very similar to it. They know rooks go behind the pawn, kings defend kingside.
Every schoolboy knows.
Yeah. Now he goes active here with king to e5. Could have also put the king on g7.
Mm-hmm. So he's inviting like rook h8 as a simplification eventually.
Yeah,
or maybe
now
a repetition.
King f4. Wow. So you want
no rook f8?
Rook b2 check.
The king's on a rampage.
Yeah, and rook f8, I think I could have repeated. There's a king g3.
Yeah.
Oh boy, this could get out of hand very quickly here. Rook h8, now going after the king side.
I thought he really should have played rook f8 check when the king came to f4, right? Keep that king at bay.
Right.
Seeming like he's taking a little bit of a risk here. He goes to trade one more pawn.
Yeah, now I think Dubov is in full let's make a draw mode. Only black can be better here with the more active king. But yeah, I don't think Paravyan has much of a chance. And okay, David, we are gonna be seeing bullet here very soon. Now we're seeing bullet now. We're gonna see another bullet.
Paravyan still won't take the draw.
Okay, got the more active king. Yeah, I mean, it's not over yet.
Philidor defense.
Nice.
Oh, he won't allow it. Philidor denied.
You have two. You know, could
wow, Dubov's being forced to find some tricky moves, right? E3, rook f4 check. He found this rook h4. This rook h4 can go in Jesse's endgame progression. Avoiding E3 with check.
Out of the rook endgame progression.
Yeah. Now it's if king d3, there's rook d1. So you got to go rook f4. Oh man. I mean, with 30 seconds, this is nerve-wracking for me, Kostya. I would not want to do this with 2 seconds.
This is very hard for white now. I mean, like white's pawn's under control. White has to make sure he doesn't allow it. There we go. The king d1 there. King d1 could have been winning on the spot.
Yeah. Again.
King d1 again.
And he finds it this time. He finds it this time. Dubov is upset.
Promote. Just give the check. That's it. Wow, he blew it. He allowed this king d1 multiple times. And that's it. His king is not getting to the g pawn. Black is taking it. And Paravyan wins the game that I was calling dead multiple times. It advances to the semifinal. Amazing.
Incredible that he pulled that out. You can see that sense of like where you do or don't have practical chances, because in the previous rook and pawn ending, they just agreed to a draw without playing it out. But this one here, he just sensed that little discoordination in the white pieces and keeps playing with a single pawn. And you got to do a lot of reps if you want to be ready to draw Paravyan in rook and pawn against rook and pawn. You need to be so practiced. That is brutal. What a match, Kostya.
Yeah, that's a big win for Paravyan, defeating Dubov, and now he's going to be facing Wesley So in the next semifinal on their side of the bracket.
Yeah. So we are going to have a very short break in a moment before we get into the semifinals. And before we head into this little break, we just wanted to let you know that the 45th chess, 44th. How could I get that wrong? The 44th chess Olympiad. They're just like slightly behind US presidents. The 44th chess Olympiad is coming to Chennai, India. And this is the biggest team event in chess. More than 100 countries competing for the gold, silver, and bronze medals. Catch some of the biggest names in chess as they compete for their countries, including Magnus Carlsen reappearing for Norway after a few years. The coverage will begin at 2:30 a.m. Pacific time from July 28th through August 9th, right here on chess.com. Don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to the Rapid Chess Championships. We are in the knockout for week 20. We are into the semifinals. The players couldn't wait for this game, just as we couldn't wait for it. They're already blitzing out their moves. This is Vladimir Fedoseev, the big fish with white, as the higher seed against Hikaru Nakamura, the #1 player in the Rapid Chess Championships. He's still going for that Berlin defense, Kostya. And what do you expect from this matchup?
He's sticking to the Berlin, rock solid here. Well, yeah, these guys have played each other many times. I could easily see Fedoseev just playing a fantastic game and winning it. He's more than capable, super, super strong. But Hikaru, his first game against Bortnick, I thought was very impressive, just very clean, kind of showed his class, outplayed the guy, won the game. I think he's going to be looking to at least hold this one with Black and try to win in the next 3+2 game. But, Hikaru, he might try to just win this game and just advance to the finals. And having
we mentioned how much Hikaru and Bortnick had played with each other. We mentioned that Hikaru and Fedoseev used to be teammates on the Marshals and play like training with each other. It turns out they've played even more games with each other than Hikaru and Bortnick. Yeah, they're at 964 games played with a similar 3-to-1 ratio for Naka wins and Fedoseev wins. So
brutal.
Yeah.
3-to-1.
Yeah. As I said, that's probably about as good as it gets for almost anyone other than Magnus. I mean,
Yeah. And,
maybe there's some other, upcoming kid, maybe Faruja, maybe like Nihal Sarin. There might be like somebody who's got like a better record, but I think 3-to-1 is like pretty standard for super GMs against Naka.
I'd be honored to have a 3-to-1 story. Yeah, I think some of the kids, they might not have experienced the beatdowns yet, which can be painful, but also can be very, very good training. You just
painful but instructive
player, over and over again, and they just punish you over and over again for the same mistakes. You learn not to make those mistakes after some time. So far, Fedoseev, I think he was doing well out of the opening. He just played this move, knight to g5, and he's really dancing around the knights. Of course, this knight on a5, we can just say this is one of these like new age computer ideas that like, I think, a couple years ago, you probably wouldn't see this in this kind of position super often, but yeah, now the idea exists. And Naka goes b6, seemingly hanging the c6 one.
Right.
What's his idea here? Knight takes c6?
I think it's that this knight sort of runs out of places to run to, right? So basically that it gets trapped-ish on b4 like this, and then you can play c5 in that position, and you have to give back the pawn on d5 by playing knight d5 yourself.
And let's say white had thrown in knight takes e6.
Yeah,
exactly. Then because FE,
you're only going to make this worse for yourself.
I maybe should have thought this more than one move through.
I had to get fancy. So I think that's the idea. He manages to play b6, even though the point of this knight is to like freeze you and prevent you from playing those moves. He just plays it anyway. And And
then Fedoseev was like, okay, well, supposed to be able to take on c6 here, but clearly, he takes on e6 first. And now if Naka wants to kind of play into that other line, he's got to take with the pawn here. But I feel like taking with the queen might also work.
Yeah. I mean, the knight could also just come back to c4, and just say like, hey, we broke up Black's bishop pair, right? That was the mission of knight g5. So we abort the mission of the knight a5. We only needed 1 out of 2 missions to be a success.
Yeah. So it's smart that he takes on e6 first, forces Black to commit. And if fe6 there, then I think we would have seen knight c4 just going back.
Yeah, fe6, then he says, nice, congratulations on your structure. Come back.
Just plays against the structure. Now, queen takes e6. And now if he takes on c6, if Black is just going for the same idea there with queen d7, knight b4, and c5.
Yeah, but then it's not instantly guaranteed that you win back this pawn, right? Because white has c4 coming and there's no bishop on e6. So I think, Fedoseev has to really stop here and calculate knight takes c6. And he knows not to trust Hikaru. Like we tend to trust Hikaru, right? Look at him not trusting Hikaru there with knight takes c6.
Yeah, there's a quick bishop c5. He goes knight b4. Now a3. Wow, Hikaru playing quickly there.
Yeah. Trying to hit him with everything.
Right.
Trying to hit him with everything.
But he grabs the pawn. Now he's a pawn up.
Yeah. So when we're looking at these things, a lot of the times we have like extreme respect for Hikaru or even other players like Wesley So, right? And we're like, oh, if they did that, it must be good. But a player like Fedoseev understands that if you're going to beat Hikaru, like you have to do it when Hikaru gets something wrong. So if you just sit there trusting him, you literally can't win the game. So what's the point of that, right? So
right. Yeah, there are moments where you have to come up with a good move, and the narrative has to be like your opponent messed up. You can't win the game if your opponent doesn't make any mistakes. At a certain point, you have to attribute the mistake to the opponent. You have to tell yourself the narrative that like, yeah, you have some advantage here that you're playing for. So he grabs the pawn and looks to hold on to it. And we saw Hikaru, he put his bishop on c5. So that means he's not trying to just refute this, because he can't really target this knight with pushing his own pawn. So white's holding on to this pawn. He goes rook d1 there.
I mean, what he's doing is he's trying to keep the knight trapped on b4, which has its awkwardness to it. That's the idea here, right? Is like, if you ever play c3 to reroute the knight, he's planning to play bishop takes b4. Well, I'll show it real quick, right? He would be planning to play bishop b4, cb4, queen d3. Right. So that's just like what he's kind of set up is like an attempted freeze on the knight that it can't get out of the way. And that's why I predicted the move rook d1 for Fedoseev. He's preparing to protect this pawn on d3 with the rook, even though it looks like the most protected spot he has at the moment.
Yeah. So he might be looking to play c4 here next.
Yeah, exactly. He could look for a c4, bishop c3, knight c2 untangle. He could even look for a moment to play c3, where on bishop b4, cb4, queen d3, he has some move with the bishop tactically.
Yeah, like a bishop
depending on what black does. So he's looking for one of these c3, c4 kind of moves at some point here.
Yeah. And Hikaru now spending some time, right? Because if he doesn't find some compensation here soon, then he's just going to end up down a pawn in the center. So
Hikaru piles up. He piles up on d3, and Fedoseev introduces the second plan, which is you play f4 and take apart the guy's center.
The second phase. And this is now looking very annoying for black.
Yeah.
Very, very annoying. Let's see. Are we on the live position here? I see white's clock ticking down.
Rook e8 played.
Rook e8 on the board.
Maybe somehow trying to restrain f4. I think it's clear this game has not gone Hikaru's way. Fedoseev, called him on that b6 move. It was, an aggressive rapid chess move, and Fedoseev like took the time and found an advantage for white here. So,
right.
Yeah. So rook e8. Oh yeah, this stops f4 because f4 is actually based. Let me just show real quick. f4 is based not on recapturing on f4. It's based on playing e5. Right? Because if you take with your rook, black has bishop b4 and you're overloaded. And even if you take with the bishop, right, there's going to be this bishop takes b4 move hitting the queen. And I don't know how well it works out. So by playing rook e8, he's basically saying that on f4, he's probably going to try taking it.
Right.
And Fedoseev's ticking down, trying to find his plan. And finally, he does go f4.
Goes up again. He like kind of challenges Nakamura's implication, right? Goes rook e8. He's like, if you play f4, I'm going to take on f4. I'm going to do something on the e file.
I think he must be saying that he's calculated this bishop takes b4 move, and that after all the captures, he thinks this works out for him somehow. I don't see it. What is?
Oh, we see moves very quickly.
Okay, it moves very quickly. Let's see him. EF4, bishop f4, bishop b4, and c3, bishop c3, queen c3. Nice, beautiful c3. I was going to ask that next, but they were already playing it.
Queen e6, and he regains his extra pawn here with queen takes c7. Naka's not convinced here. I mean, does have like rook c8, rook c2. I feel like this could turn around very easily, right? Like,
yeah,
white's king is a little bit weakened here. So it feels like, yeah, maybe Fedoseev could have gotten more somehow. Black also has this a pawn. Imagine he gets to take on a2. So queen d6, offering the endgame.
He sees a2 coming, so he's going to get rid of that a3 pawn.
Yeah. Yeah, I think queen d6, that feels like a very practical decision from Fedoseev. It's like, I'm going into the endgame. I'm Russian. I have the ancestral heritage here to play the endgame.
Heritage on full display. There's going to be like a knight g4 tactic coming from Hikaru as well, though, right? Where he'll threaten knight e3 and knight f2 at once.
That's the American school of chess. Tactics anywhere. Tactics in the endgame, opening. It doesn't matter.
Okay, so we have a school of chess now, huh?
Absolutely. Yeah, always have.
Always. The American school of chess. Well, we did once have Fischer. That's
great guy. Rook c2 here. Fedoseev over 3 minutes down on the clock, but the endgame I think is simplified enough that it's not critical just yet, but soon it will be. There's a lot of pawns on the board still. And yeah, once again, you know, white could come out here with like a big strategic advantage if he can get his like d pawn moving, but that's very, very hard to do here.
Maybe considering h3, rook a2, rook a1, and the a pawn still dies, but black has rook to d2 at the end, and I think it falls apart for white.
Oh yeah, if you lose this d pawn, you lose the e pawn. That can get tough very quickly. Okay, I think he's played something.
Oh yeah, you're right. We got that knight g4 move, so that knight is going to come take the d3 pawn now, and Hikaru's looking very, very active. But we saw what Fedoseev ground against Puranik, right? Like,
right.
There's a lot left in this position. Even if Hikaru recovered both center pawns, you would only have equal material with a knight against a bishop and a potential outside pass pawn. There's like a million different ways and scope for grinding here.
Now bishop d6.
Yep.
Still extra pawn for white. Hikaru can take on e4, but now white has this 2 versus 1 on the queen side.
And also
make a pass pawn.
Rook e4, rook d1 has some potential to lose the game as well.
There's going to be some back rank annoyance as well. Yeah, if you take on e4.
You'd have to play like knight b2 or something, and then your knight's in a very weird square. Knight b2 or knight f2 or something.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I don't think black wants to take on e4 without being very, very careful. I feel like you can also throw in a move maybe like f6 just to secure the king, or h5. Hikaru here's thinking about it.
Would love to improve that king for black, yeah. But you also just want to get this pawn off the board, so he's going to be looking pretty seriously at rook e4, rook d1.
Oh, he's full on in calculation mode. e4, rook d1. You do that rook d4 maybe, hitting the bishop, but then you're pinned. No one likes that.
No.
But you got 5 minutes to Fedoseev's 2.5, so he's using his time advantage here to think of something.
Yeah, it's a good time to stop and think. Complicated position. Fedoseev's got to try and keep working hard here, because the game's going to be tough when it resumes.
Right, but I'm thinking white's next move, rook d1 probably. And okay, he takes on e4, rook d1, rook d4. There we go. Wasn't comfortable, but he makes it work.
Right. So now you want to keep the bishop if you want an advantage for white. If Fedoseev were not still trying to win, if he were so worried about his 2 minutes that he wanted to bail out, you would have just seen him play rook f3 in this position, I think. Rook f3, rook d6, rook d3, takes, takes, takes. Black covers the back rank, and white attacks the b pawn with the rook. Right? This would have been the like, I can't win anymore. I'm just gonna, ensure that I don't lose. option. So the fact that he doesn't do that says bishop g3, he's still trying to win this game. Fancy unpin there. Look at that.
Yeah, very nice move. Knight f4. Look at that. Fantastic. Takes on d4, rook d3. But trades off a pair of rooks. Now knight's under attack. Yeah, I think Hikaru's long solved all his problems here. Now it feels very drawish. Like these pawns can easily get traded off on the queen side.
Yeah, I mean, one way would be knight f5, bishop f2, and then they each take a pawn. And Fedoseev, as long as he preserves the bishop versus knight, right? As long as he preserves that, there's theoretically grinding opportunities.
I agree with you, but in reverse. I feel like as long as Naka saves the knight versus the bishop, he's got the grinding opportunities. Now a3.
Okay. Very, very circumspect, right? Not the normal a4 move that you would play to gain, shape on the queen side, to lock that pawn on a dark square. Instead, a3 with a lot of flexibility for those pawns.
c5, rook e3, and f5. Naka starts pushing on the king side. And he brings in a route for his kings. King f7 is coming, king f6.
Route for the king,
F5,
and also knight e4, right? He's preparing for the next step for that knight.
Exactly.
Improving that, Lockean light squares. I'm starting to see. Yeah, what were you going to say?
No, still fine for white, but yeah, it's starting to feel like a little, maybe he's not in the zone of one mistake, but maybe in the zone of two mistakes, right? He's two mistakes away from just losing the game.
Yeah, you can start to envision a scenario that would be bad for white. But Big Fish offers a draw as he makes the pass to a pawn.
We don't know anything.
Hikaru agrees. Well, I mean, a4, a5 is important.
Draw agreed. Absolutely.
Found the right idea, made that pass pawn, and that pass pawn is strong enough that black's not going to be able to take over.
Yeah, I saw Fedoseev immediately leave his chair there and going off to his balcony, getting some fresh air. He's got a big 3+2 game coming up as black. Hikaru will have white in the next game, and their match will continue.
Yeah, normally the games just follow one after the other in this knockout format, folks. If there's a draw, they go straight into the next time control. So, and Fedoseev no stranger to this, but since he's run away, we will take a chance here to thank our sponsor, because thanks to our presenting sponsor, Coinbase, which proudly supports the Rapid Chess Championship. The best part about Coinbase, you can earn crypto while learning about crypto. So what are you waiting for? Go to coinbase.com/chess and get $10 in Bitcoin when you sign up and verify your account today. Perfect. Fedoseev is back. Hikaru's got knight f3 on the board. And, truly, we really appreciate sponsors that provide the money, that attract the players, that give us the show. So, I mean, we've got all these super grandmasters playing here every weekend on the Rapid Chess Championships. And I guess Shabalov would say it's partly because there's a $650,000 prize fund.
There's always money. Always money. Now we see Hikaru, he's playing some reverse Queen's Indian here with an early knight f3, e3, b3. And quickly the players have gotten this structure with an isolated queen pawn for black. Kind of a weakness in the center here, but activity. And we see Fedoseev already starting the attack with rook e6 and getting ready to lift that rook. These are the kinds of positions actually I think Fedoseev is very dangerous in on the black side. He's a really strong attacker. Yeah, rook e6 is not a move to be trifled with. It's interesting, like what stood out to me in the opening was right here, this move knight a3 from Naka, right? I mean, normally you see the knight on c3 or d2, and he sees an interesting chance to bring that knight quickly to the blockade square on d4. And Fedoseev did not hesitate about, his
his response to that. He just goes straight into the rook lift without completing development and starts chucking stuff at Naka's king. And
yeah, almost like he was just kind of familiar with the plan.
Yeah.
And now we see 91 from Naka going a little bit passive, but that's kind of the idea here for white is you have to defend the king side and eventually you get rook c1 in and black's queen side starts to hang a little bit. But bishop d6, sending his sights on the h2 pawn there.
Yeah.
Yeah, queen h4, f4, shutting it down. But big move f4, right? Because it weakens e3 for the rest of the game. That's it. Just be a weak square in white's position. And knight on e4, of course, very happy to see that move as well.
Yeah, and the bishop comes right back.
Right back.
And this is often what happens. It's like, oh, you're blocking this diagonal pretty well, right? So let me find something juicier over here. Oh, you're blocking that diagonal. Wait, let me find something juicier over here. So, yeah, pressure's on. Pressure's on. And you know that knight on f3 is considered the best defender of the king side by a lot of people. So when you retreat it from there, okay, you've got some ideas, but it is missed on the king side.
And Naka puts the other knight on c2 and it looks a little awkward, but for the moment it definitely is holding on d4. And so we see just bishop d7 from black looking to bring in the rook e8 next, rook c8. And both sides are going to have to come up with ways of improving their position.
The knight on c2 does cover e3 as well. I mean, it's
the c2 score has done work for white's knights in this game.
Yeah,
maybe a3 b4 next from Naka. You kind of want to play king h1, but you also kind of don't because you're walking into all these checks from the knight on e4, like knight g3, knight f2 stuff. He takes on e4. Interesting. Did
not like that knight. Takes it out. Wait,
C6.
He's allowing bishop e3 check as an in-between move.
Yeah, what's going on here? Fedoseev pausing. He can take twice on e3. White will play king h1. You can recapture on c6. Then he's up a pawn in this opposite color bishop middle game.
Yeah. And if he ever moves the e4 pawn to e3, it would be like, it would be quite a position that he could get here. Whoops. Let's get that queen. King over here takes. Right? That has the potential to be completely devastating. But he's just taking back on c6. So what I was thinking is on bishop e3 check, white can also just play king h1, right? And wait. And, maybe here there's some kind of move for white in this position. Maybe f5.
There is, right. Some f5, f6, exactly. There's some tactical detail.
Yeah.
So Nakamura or Fedoseev rightly avoids that one.
He did it so fast, it was like he'd blundered it. So I don't know. It's a crazy situation. Okay.
Now we got rook f2, rook d8.
Trade off half the bishop pair, lodge knight on d4. But Fedoseev makes sure that this light squared bishop's not going to be too bad. Not going to be just stuck watching e4 from behind.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Queen h5, hitting that bishop on c5 and forcing the trade. Now takes, knight takes d4.
I mean, the bishop's fine on d3, but the knight does seem better than it anyway. What do you think?
No, definitely. I always like the outpost knight, especially in a blitz game. Very nice to have either of your pieces defended, but knights are tricky. And now
maybe rook d4 is what he's thinking about. He stopped for a while. Maybe he's thinking about rook d4, right? And then putting the pawn on e3. No, he plays a normal move.
Rook d5.
I mean, black would be okay, right? e3, e2. How could you be worse in that position after the exchange sec?
Yeah, definitely thinking about rook d4 goes h5.
Now he can do it with the tempo of the rook hitting the queen as well.
Ooh, rook d4 looks really strong right now.
Yeah, because I was thinking like the only thing that the knight doesn't have compared to the bishop is that black could always just sack the exchange on it.
That's right. Fedoseev, he's thinking that. He's going down to 35 seconds.
Deep. Okay, he's gone bishop d3. He didn't go for the moment, but now he went for it. He blocked his own rook from getting a tempo there.
Huh.
But still, this position is just never going to be bad for black, I think.
This looks nasty. Look at this e-pawn.
Do you think white might be losing here, or?
Well, it looks very, very tough. I mean,
A5 is what I would play. Oh my God, he does.
A5, nice. Securing the square for the bishop on A6.
Queen D2, looking to trade a piece. Yes, that would be a dream for white, to trade any piece. Oh, and they do trade a piece. Okay.
How's the end game? Now it feels like Naka can just put his rooks behind the pawn and should be at least okay.
And
King
hold
can come to F2.
Yeah, on rook D2, play like A4, and the rook defends the B pawn.
Yeah, 20
Should
seconds.
Be okay.
Fedoseev. Or H4.
Trying to lock that king.
Taking space, yeah. And now
he's allowing a trade into just a dead position.
Yeah, he's allowing Naka to bail out pretty much whenever he wants to, but
yeah,
Naka knows as long as he doesn't have to take on E2, he doesn't have to take on E2. So he might as well just keep it going. Okay, but now putting pressure and
there's a move bishop D3 for black if they really want to bail out. Cutting off the rook from the B pawn, and if rook D3, then you can queen. But as white improves their king, those bailouts are going to get less good.
Well, the thing is, yeah, as soon as he takes on E2, well, now he's losing the B pawn potentially. So he has to be careful he doesn't just walk into a rook endgame down a pawn if he doesn't have to. H4, looking to maybe create some chances like rook E6, G5, bringing the king.
Yeah, he can never cross into the center with the king because it'll block the E7 rook and black will queen. So Fedoseev keeping Hikaru's king honest.
Yeah, but look at Fedoseev's construction here. Everything defended. Can't even touch the A5 pawn because you don't have rook E5 at any moment. Everything defends each other. And so that's why it allows him to play this endgame on just the 2-second increments. He doesn't have to worry about anything hanging. So there's not too much to calculate here.
Right. White can play rook A6, a funny move that he's got to keep his eye on as well, but it looks like it's okay for the moment.
Yeah, finally we see G5 trading off a pair of pawns, but now black technically has 2 connected passers. And I mean, if that F pawn reaches F4, F3, could still get very, very tricky here. King G5.
Oh, King H5, rook H7 mate. Be careful.
Yeah,
you want to get rid of that H pawn, but now Hikaru was wondering, rook G6, rook G8, anything crazy? He force feeds the pawn.
Oh, he can't promote because of rook H7.
Yeah.
Right, King H6 back.
Save the king. But now there's 2 passed pawns. He's got to play. Hikaru needs to like just find a repetition right now, pretty much, right? Or is there rook
here? Yeah,
4 now?
If he wants. But yeah, rook E4 looks really dangerous.
4 too far away instead of rook E7.
Rook E4 own.
Finds it.
What does Fedoseev do? He doesn't see a move. He's got 6 seconds.
I don't see it either. And he allows mate in 1.
Oh no. Wow. Hikaru, he just finds the trick there. Unbelievable. What was the defense? How does he not get
what did he mess up here? Rook here, threatening checkmate. I mean, King H7 made sense. What's he supposed to play? Bishop D3 again? I
don't know.
My last ditch saving move from before.
Wow, look at how Hikaru just created a mating net there out of nowhere. Out of absolutely nowhere. And then rook E4, I don't even know what he's supposed to do at the end to not just lose the game.
I mean, I don't know that there was a defense after rook E4, was there?
Feels like you got to be able. I mean, the eval bar is not saying force mate, so there's apparently
right. The eval's not saying force mate. Sorry,
yeah, otherwise it'd be through the roof.
I wasn't checking it. I just thought that this was the end.
It does look over. I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I'm pretty confident
equals
the move before bishop
knight.
D3 was correct.
Promote to a knight, and then there might be some way to give up.
Oh my gosh. In the last position, promote to a knight, and white plays King H3.
Maybe that's what Fedoseev was trying to do. Maybe
bishop F1.
He messed up the auto queen.
Maybe he's trying to promote. Yeah. And couldn't get control over that.
Yeah, you just got to hit Alt, guys. Public service announcement. You hit Alt, and then it gives you the option. But maybe he hit Control, and it didn't work. I don't know. Something might have happened there. Might have been a big drama. We'll never know,
Oh,
guys. But
man.
here's the bracket. Next
Yeah.
up, Hikaru advances to the finals. He's going to play the winner, Wesley So against David Paravyan, who are just going to be starting soon here.
Yeah.
As our next semi-final.
Yeah. We'll be back with that semifinal matchup, the second semifinal matchup in a moment. But first, we're going to be listening to a little interview from Grandmaster Wesley So.
We are joined by Wesley So. Wesley, congratulations. How do you feel right now?
Yeah, thank you. I'm very happy. I'm very pleased. It's a big win for me. I usually don't do well in this Rapid Chess Championship. I think I've only been to the semifinals twice, and I've never gone beyond that. So I was hoping today would be the day, and I was playing one of the lower rated players. I mean, Benjamin is not a slouch, but he's also not the highest rated. But it was a very tough match. It could have gone either way. And in fact, in the last game, Benjamin was probably just better.
Can I ask what was going through your head when you offered the draw in that blitz game there, where it was a pretty messy position, you're up on time? What were you thinking?
Yeah, I was just thinking not to lose today. I had the mindset just to play it safe. Because when I get too ambitious, sometimes it could backfire. Like, it doesn't even matter when I'm white or black. So I just want to play it safe. You know, I messed up the opening in that game. He had a tremendous amount of pawns. He was probably better at some point, but he started using a lot of time, and there was also some slight lags. So I figured just to confuse him, I'd offer a draw. It's also very psychological because when you feel like offering a draw, sometimes you should just offer it than hesitate too much, and bad things can happen. If your opponent declines, then that means he's playing for the win, and with a few seconds on the clock, it could work out. But I'm actually quite pleased when he accepted the draw, because the final position with bishop pair could be better for white.
All right. Well, good luck in the next game, and we'll bring it back for more Rapid Chess Championships.
Yeah, thank you.
Wow. Just what you wanted to know. Just what you wanted to know, Kostya. Thank you to Spenny Thompson, and of course to Grandmaster Wesley So for taking the time in the middle of such an intense competition to throw in a bonus interview for us.
Yeah, I thought that interview was like from yesterday after he qualified. No, that was just like right now during the show. That's awesome.
Right now, while Hikaru and Fedoseev were playing or something. I mean, wow.
Yeah, fantastic. So we heard from Wesley there, and that actually makes a lot of sense. His goal is just not to lose. As long as you don't lose, you don't get knocked out. And then we saw in the next game, I mean, the bullet game was super messy, but he ended up pulling out the win. Of course, the time scramble was crazy. There was no choice there but to just risk it all to advance. And now he's going to be playing the semifinal against David Paravyan. That will be starting shortly. And yeah, who are you going to take, David? Are you sticking with Wesley here as the favorite?
Yeah, I'll stick with Wesley. I mean, so when they talk about the chess moves, they always show a different level of like, oh, I was seeing this variation, that variation, whatever. But there he showed a different level in the psychological game, right? He's like, I understand that in this situation, there's this kind of like a risk, or it forces my opponent to make this decision. And that was really interesting how he really had like a whole calculation for that as well.
Yeah, it was like, it was interesting how he deals with his own hesitation. He's like, if I'm hesitating at all, then I just offer a draw, and then I don't have to worry about it because I already offered the draw, and I don't need anxiety to think, should I offer the draw, not offer the draw. And there we go. We see E4 in the first game, Wesley having white.
Right. And Wesley is supposed to have white, so that game has to be restarted.
Oh, I see. So they're gonna reset the game.
Yeah.
And here we go. They're off.
Wesley noticed something important that was wrong with the position. He had the black pieces. So he's got that second seed. That's part of his advantage here. He's going to have white in every single match today because Bortnick was knocked out in round 1 by Hikaru. So he's going to use that. And he's repeating the variation that he played with Benjamin, isn't he?
Right. Yeah, he's again playing this against the Grunfeld, probably something he prepped for these rapid games. And I saw Paravyan, he gave this like cheeky little nod, like he was just like, oh, this line again. Kind of annoyed by it, but he goes for the classic Grunfeld idea we talked about earlier at c5, just chipping away at white center. Wesley goes e3. And so that endgame against Bach, that game was drawn that we saw. And that was a pretty safe and solid draw, I want to say, from both sides. No one had the advantage. We saw at one point Bach grabbed that pawn on a2, and then Wesley had to kind of find compensation for it, but he definitely managed. So we'll see. I mean, I don't think that game was really successful from Wesley So's point of view. He wasn't really the one putting pressure for most of the game.
Right.
Kind of playing catch
up. I mean, like X's and O's, he didn't have an advantage. He managed to somehow like, stay in control of the game. But yeah, I guess he would want more than that from the opening if he could choose with white.
Right. Yeah, definitely looking for some edge. So yeah, in the previous game against Bach, here in this position, Black played CD and Queen A5 check. The RCC takes D4. And yeah, Bach played Queen A5 check, Queen D2, Knight C6, defending the queen.
Right.
And I think this is a pretty tried and true way according to theory, but here Paravyan switches it up a bit, trades on D2 right away. I feel like this is anything more natural, though it does allow white to bring in the king. And now Knight C6.
His time usage tells me he did not see the Wesley versus Benjamin game from just before.
It's interesting because they had a bit of a break, right? So presumably he would have checked the game.
He could have, and you would think it would be the most obvious thing you would do, especially since the colors line up.
And he plays a lot of stuff, but it looks like he was pretty much, he knew he was playing the Grunfeld, played that pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah, somehow, but I mean, for some reason, didn't check this one. Yeah.
I don't think in a 10-minute game, you spend a minute trying to pretend that you haven't prepared, just to sort of like out psych your opponent. Like if he had planned to play this position, if he'd looked up that game, I think he would just blitz it out.
Yeah. Yeah. A little odd here. Now he's really thinking. He kind of looks like he's like trying to remember something, which maybe that's what happened. He did look at something, but he just doesn't remember. He's just like, wait, what did
I just looked at it?
Yeah, he might have looked like 200 lines, like maybe looked at a bunch of other stuff as well. Maybe this was the first thing he looked at, and then he since looked at it like 1,000 other moves.
Yeah, or he's like, then I watched Wesley So's interview, and now I'm like trying to prepare myself for when he offers a draw and figure out if he wants me to say yes or no.
Right. There goes Rook D8, and usually this move is connected with the idea of pushing E5, playing against the king on D2.
Yeah.
And that's definitely a move that white will have to contend with. So maybe king E1 here, or bishop D3 possibly.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see.
If you want to be really ambitious, like rook C5.
That's a move.
Would be the most.
For sure.
Otherwise, I feel like in a really fast game, like blitz, bullet, something, maybe king E1 would almost be an automatic move here.
Yeah, king E1 definitely looks really natural. He's taking his time. I guess on E5, he has like bishop G5 as a tempo, but yeah, it's hard to really figure that out for white. So you could consider maybe bishop C4, E5, bishop G5. I don't know.
Wow, that's fancy stuff.
Yeah, I mean, well, I'm wondering what he's thinking about, because rook C5 or king E1, those feel like you could play them relatively quickly.
Yeah.
No, he's really tanking here, much like he did against Bach when he wasn't sure what to do. Start spending a lot of time and looking for a direction. And yeah, Paravyan now he has to brace himself for the 2780 level move that is about to be thrown at him here.
Yeah. Do you see anything wrong with rook C5? Like it feels like the riskier move, but I haven't yet thought of an obvious refutation for black. Maybe We could try like e5, rook c5, e5. And then the idea is to trade the knight on c6 and then play b6. Right? It's like here, 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 and now try to disrupt that defense.
Yeah, it's possible. Honestly,
Okay,
I wouldn't quite
something
trust it
else.
for black. Yeah.
He's played bishop d3.
Bishop d3. Yeah, I was kind of thinking about this move, but it looked a little funky because you're not exactly dealing with the pressure on the d file. You're kind of covering your king, but e5 is still kind of an annoying move. So bishop g4 with the threat of bishop takes f3 and then e5.
Yeah.
Right. So
And this looks strong. I don't know what Wesley has in mind against this. This is what I was thinking of for black. If white plays king e2, then they're on a new pin. If white plays h3, you can trade and play e5. I do not know
maybe bishop
what Wesley's
e4.
thinking here.
Feels like that might be only.
Does bishop e4 not allow e5?
You could, yeah. You can still play e5. And yeah, clearly Wesley, he's not sure either because he spent a lot of time on bishop d3. Black played bishop g4, kind of natural move, and now he's spending more time again. But
yeah,
clearly he feels like there should be something here for white to keep his edge. Maybe rook ab1.
Maybe bishop c7.
c7 hitting the rook, but yeah, rook d7 and then
yeah, rook d7, bishop g3, and then trades in e5 still looks sort of annoying.
Rook ab1.
You found the move. I don't know what's going on here, Kostya.
Yeah, I was just kind of guessing what he's thinking about.
Still?
Now if takes e5. I think he trades everything.
Like the pawn?
Yeah, he takes here.
The knight.
And then knight takes just take and rook b7 and okay.
And grab that one.
One a pawn.
Okay. And if the bishop took first.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. We have the live position from the last game there. Bishop e5.
Take.
I don't know. Maybe white just takes on b7 right away.
Going for tripled isolated pawns as like the winning plan here, right?
Exactly.
Oh no.
But you could have taken on c6 as well.
Yeah.
As white. Maybe that's better.
Yeah. That would be similar to what you were doing in the other variation. Wow. Okay, rook b1.
Rook b1, very strong.
I'm beginning to understand it. Potentially rook b7 exposes the knight as being hanging. So technically, I mean, even e5, you could maybe just play rook b7. Right? I mean, we didn't try that yet, but
maybe
in theory, not that anything you tried was insufficient, but there might be some world where you can play rook b7, pawn takes bishop, rook c6, right? And
this looks good for white too.
It's really keeping that bishop out for the moment. So rook b1. Okay, he finds like a spot. First you had the idea of bishop e4 to maybe counter black's fight for d4 and e5 with bishop takes knight. But rook b1 to b7, that's quite a way to do it. And the time that Wesley spent has paid off. Paravyan's had to think just as long about this.
He's still thinking about it. What to do. Got to defend because you can't go rook b8, unfortunately for black. Bishop on f4. It's covering that square.
Right. Now, rook d7 walks into bishop b5, perhaps, or some other moves, but
yeah,
something there for white as well.
Big decision for Paravyan.
What are his candidate moves beyond rook d7? Like knight a5 is common in the Grunfeld, but it just doesn't work with black being sort of set up to play e5, not contesting the c file at all here. So when you go knight a5 here, white can just, attack it, and you're not set up to play this kind of a position here for black.
Bishop c7 as well.
And of course, bishop c7, sorry.
Yeah.
But I mean, just like logically, knight a5 is associated with bishop e6 and rook c8, right? So it's just not a position for that. b6 drops the knight, rook b8 drops the rook. Bishop c8 drops your pride.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, rook d7 feels like only move, but it's a bit of a shame.
Yeah.
Gives white extra time. We got to make a move, David. He's down 2 minutes now.
I mean, if rook d7 is the only candidate move, then you got to play it. What else is there? Oh, there's all the e5 stuff to calculate. But it looked like you and Wesley had that pretty well covered. The e5 it just didn't seem to hold up.
White's rooks end up dominating. Yeah, his rook b1 was very accurate. Good stuff.
Wow.
He's still thinking. Yeah, because he doesn't like anything that he sees. All right, takes on f3. Takes e5 played.
I feel like bishop d3, rook b1. I would never even consider this myself. These moves,
Bishop
like they would
D3,
not
yeah,
even.
that was very, very interesting.
Maybe against rook b7 here, maybe black would have knight d4. So maybe it's better to trade, like you originally said.
Well, I like I don't know. I thought immediate rook b7 doesn't look so bad either. But you're saying knight d4.
Maybe knight d4 would mess with that approach. I mean, you probably play. Oh yeah, because bishop g5, there's knight f3.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know what white would do about that.
Yeah.
Maybe you just take and you go for like the attack, with bishop c4.
Looks very annoying for black.
Yeah.
But yeah, on the other line, you don't even allow this. So
yeah. So e5, Wesley's thinking again, but he's got like a nice time advantage here. And he's probably already thought about this before playing rook b1. This is the most critical variation. He's got a plan already, but now he's
just double checking
out some details.
Yeah, but he can afford the double check because David spent so much time. So now he can at least spend some time kind of confirm. Yeah, it looks like d e5 is the simplest here, and then rook takes b7. Just taking the pawn.
Yeah.
Or taking the pawn, trading on e5, and then going rook b7.
Yeah. So pawn takes e5, bishop takes e5, rook b7.
Yeah, that line we looked at just a little bit ago. Yeah, he's thinking about it. Take on b7. Or you take on e5. I'm confusing the lines myself.
Yeah.
Take on e5, take on b7. Do it, Wesley. Do it. Why is he doubting himself? You're 2,800, Wesley. What are you?
Oh, he's on another level, Coast. Yeah, I have full confidence that he's looking at something that's relevant and important here, and that he'll have no problem with his clock this game. You saw him play bullet half an hour ago.
Yeah, so fast. I know he's not offering any draws here.
Not this game. There will be no psychological draw offers here that I can see coming up.
So he takes on e5.
Now Paravyan thinking.
Mm-hmm.
So knight e5, you have to trade and take on b7. Bishop e5, you take on b7 first. It looks clean. The black bishop won't be able to take on h2 probably because it'll get trapped there. So you can't recover this pawn.
Yeah,
f4.
F4 just looks nasty. Absolutely.
Like h1 coming. If we look at this from Paravyan's perspective, which I know is less fun at this point than from Wesley's, but if we look at it from his perspective, how would we try and defend here? Will we go? What variation will we play? How much time would we use? What are our resources here?
This is rough for black. I mean, you can't take on e5 then. Really hard. I mean, I don't know. I feel like I would just try to go into the knight e5, just opposite color bishops.
Mm-hmm.
Play rook f8. Just pray. Hope for the best.
Yeah. I considered, a very desperate move here with knight a5 to try and mildly upset the balance of what's happening here. Maybe like send the rook to a different square while going into the same position. Yeah, I don't know that it makes things any better really for black.
But yeah, but even okay, EF4 there, and the knight was still trapped. So yeah,
where's that?
White could have just taken back EF4 in that line and
here. Oh, dang, that's what I get for sending the knight somewhere weird. Okay, he's taken on E5 with the knight, as you recommended for him. Just giving the B7 pawn. Wesley can throw an F4 here if he wants to. It's certainly, there's nothing bad about the move. He also doesn't need to because we know bishop H2 doesn't work. But he'll surely be putting the pawn on F4 at some point, right? So he does it now.
Yeah. I don't think he was worried about this pawn. I think he just wanted to throw the move in.
Yeah, he just knew he was going to try and limit this bishop like this anyway, so he did it.
Yeah, and now black trying to get a pair of rooks off of the board, which is usually what the defender is looking to do.
Against rook D7, he'll chase it with rook D8.
Yeah, but it's a healthy pawn up for white here. And he's got this target on F7.
I think you just double here. I don't think the rook can get away, right? So, okay, rook B1.
Rook B1.
2.5 minutes against 2.
Black can trade, but then he's stuck with this A pawn.
Man, absolute
trade
torture.
And go A5, bishop C4.
The real problem is white's activity, honestly, Kostya, because I've had positions like this where white didn't have the extra pawn.
And it's still bad.
You had like the rook on the 7th and the bishop on C4, and it's like you just can't get your king into the game. So this is going to be a little bit painful. A5, clever, but I think bishop C4 should be fine. Oh, bishop B4.
Yeah, bishop B4 check.
No.
Yeah. So maybe second rook has to come in now. Rook B5 or rook B6.
B5, nice.
No.
Yeah.
Don't blunder that, Wesley. Or he could maybe be tricky with like bishop E4, but.
Right. You never know when a blunder is going to happen. You're like, they never blunder. And then once every million games, even these guys will say, I'm in control. They're just getting the A pawn off of where my rook can take it. Bishop C4, bishop B4. Oh my God.
No.
I mean, he wouldn't lose, so it wouldn't matter too much.
Please play bishop C4. Like, please play A4. Please play A4. King E2. He's like, no. Gets off of the check.
Simple.
And Wesley's
all the
like,
pawns
wow,
on dark squares.
Yeah.
No kings or rooks on dark squares.
Now this is safer. You can't blunder any tactics. White keeps the advantage. Bishop C4 coming.
And this move here, he's even provided a blunder for his opponent, right? Like, he has got there's bishop D6.
At least bishop D6 still.
Yeah. Okay. King E2.
Yeah, easy. Now Paravyan's under a minute here. Hold this endgame, but this is super tough. You can take and go rook B8.
Yeah, is there anything in that? I was gonna ask.
Rook A7 just keeps the pressure.
Right. White can even sack the A pawn in that kind of situation. Let me just put that out there while they're thinking for a moment that white can even play a version where you lose the A pawn. But as long as black doesn't break your structure down, you can handle the counterplay and you start to just collect pawns and your advantage gets out of hand. Okay, he's played a trade and then rook to E8, sort of threatening bishop F4. Although I would guess that after bishop C4, you can't even play it.
Yeah, bishop C4 creates a much stronger threat, but I think he wants rook E7, which looks like a very solid construction here for black. Nice find by Paravyan. Yeah, exactly what you want to do. You got to defend the 7th rank here. 8th rank is fine for black. Black has king G7. Actually, after this, I feel like he's much closer to holding it. Of course, Wesley still has his kingside majority with the extra pawn, so I'm going to imagine king F3, E4, E5 somewhere, and really start to push H4, H5 as well. So still going to be, I think, a difficult defense in
Yeah.
this bullet game, with Wesley having 50 seconds versus 25.
Play simple king f3. Yeah, I didn't see a way to stop rook e7 at all. You know, rook a7, bishop b4, a3. The pawn trade didn't seem to help. I considered f5, looking for a trick with rook e7 and like a rook check on the back rank, but the bishop's even covering that yet. I wanted to set up for, you know, king g7, rook to b6, but he just plays simple. He just holds on to what he's got. Brings the h pawn up to poke at black. If black takes on h5, then he's got a 3 versus 1 in the middle of the board. So black's not going to want to take, but does take.
Okay, 5 seconds for Paravyan. We got to get to the live position here. He's focused. Wesley sacked this h pawn.
Yeah. Rook g5 check. The bishop's hanging on d3.
6. Now bishop c4, 3 seconds, f6. He just has to move instantly here.
Yeah.
He's within the drawing zone, but it's very, very tough. White wins this f pawn. It's 3 connected passers. Super strong.
Black wants the space for the king on g6.
Here's rook b5. 1 second for Paravyan. Rook d2. He gets it just in time. Bishop d5. Wesley improving the bishop. Oh, black is so close to flagging here. Needs to move.
Oh, and now these pawns are all available, but the bishop's attacked.
Bishop's still hanging.
Play e4. There's bishop c5.
Let's check. Bishop e6. Nice.
Yeah.
Now
rook
f5.
f6. Oh, f5. Yes.
Cementing.
These two are enough to sort of hold the bishop off. Oh, it's so tense.
H-pawn's falling. Yeah, Wesley, total control here.
Black sets up for bishop e1. He does have rook h2 available now, but he just keeps the bishop at bay. That's a brilliant move.
So now rook c1, rook comes into c7, and yeah, now he's just going to be pushing the king side here, just trying to get those pawns moving.
Okay, he's ready to finally move up with f4.
There we go.
His rook is stopping bishop c5.
e3. Yeah, rook h2. He's got rook g1 now coming in the other way. Nice.
But now there's bishop c5.
Oh, some counterplay. King f2.
Bishop c5.
Bishop c5. He finds it. He's holding on brilliantly.
Oh, he's completely backed up.
a4. Oh, Wesley knows he lost the control.
Incredible.
How to improve his position? He's just tied down to this e pawn.
He's eventually going to try and chase that rook out. Bishop g2, great resource.
I want bishop f3. Paravyan. Oh my god, 0.6 seconds.
Oh my goodness. It's brutal. Now he can finally poke at that piece.
All right, don't blunder. Bishop takes e3.
He won't. No way.
Gotta put the king on a light square.
Not at this phase of the game, zoned in like he is.
He's thinking about it. Probably not. Yeah, bishop c4.
Wow. Then bring the king to defend the bishop and save the rook. This
it's amazing how black
is epic.
On 2 seconds, just incredible.
Oh, stopping bishop c5. The bishop looks for room. He's cramming a textbook into a bullet game here.
E4.
Rook comes up to c3 to cover it, and he's going to be threatening rook c7 soon.
Look at this cradled king on e4, just perfectly
amazing,
nestled in between the pawns. Now rook d3 check. You can keep making progress. Rook d7.
I think at some point he should attack this a pawn with his bishop. Make it go to a3. I've been thinking it for a while, but when I finally say it, he finally does it.
Yeah, now he's got the b3 square.
It gives him one extra square exactly for his pieces.
And look at this. Black has worked his way up to 10 seconds there.
Paravyan is incredible, but I guess he's got a full 2 second increment, right? So, yeah.
Yeah. But still, to not lose the position.
As well as playing the moves fast enough. Yeah.
Yeah. Get up to it. But the problem is, it's just like he's not getting the draw anytime soon. Just keeps pushing here and bishop f1. Okay, bishop d1, I thought. So rook h2 hitting the a pawn. Bishop goes back. What's this to make sure he doesn't allow some repetition here by accident? Because
Yeah.
It'll get called automatically. Bishop comes back to b3. How does he improve this?
He's trying to stalemate the king out of squares where it defends the bishop, but there is rook g3 to h3.
Yeah, you just hold on and.
Oh man, it feels like repetition zone.
Very, very close. Maybe bishop f3 to cover the rook, and then I can try to move the rook around. But then black goes rook h2, goes after the a pawn. So you can't allow rook h2. Oh, there's bishop f3.
Finally goes for bishop f3.
Now rook h2, what's happening? He doesn't play it. Bishop g2.
Wants king f3. He does not allow it. Now he's going to move the rook down to the second rank. Exactly.
Now rook c2.
And he can bring the rook to defend the bishop as needed.
Comes around this way. Like goes rook g1. 2 seconds for Paravyan. Rook e1.
Yeah.
And we're back to this setup. c4. d2 check. Now bishop b3. There's rook e1. Very annoying. So bishop
There's
d3.
rook e1 coming.
I think he wants to, cover with the bishop.
Pawn
E4.
move. Now there can be no repetitions.
Resetting all the repetitions. That's it. It's a big move to play.
Brutal.
All right, but now black switches targets. Okay, new game, f4.
New game, f4. Is this winnable? Chat wants to know. It is.
Oh,
White
he
is just
just
one. Good question.
flagged. Oh, he couldn't find the move. Just like that, Wesley So advances to the finals, the Rapid Chess Championship, where he'll be facing Karu Nakamura.
That was brutal. Did it not feel like you could never win it if you were white and you could never draw it if you were black? That was the feeling that I got from that epic game.
Yeah, it's just going to keep going forever. But he finally pushed e4. That was very frustrating. And Paravyan just loses focus for a second there, forgets about the clock and flags.
Yeah. And we get perhaps the juiciest possible matchup for our finals. We have Wesley So and Hikaru Nakamura, two absolutely top blitz and bullet players in the world. They're going to go head to head.
Have these guys played before, David?
Good question. Yes. The question is, how many times have they played in losers chess or blindfold chess or fog of war chess, because they have played in every single competition imaginable for many years now. We're going to take a quick break to set up that final match, and we'll see you all for that in just a minute. Welcome back, everybody, to the chess.com Rapid Chess Championships presented by Coinbase. We are here. We are ready for the final matchup today. Kostya, this matchup is not completely a surprise given the bracket that we started with today, is it?
No, not at all. We've got the big fish on the left side of Hikaru Nakamura, the big fish on the right side, Wesley So. They've managed to survive the quarterfinals and the semifinals. Now they're meeting in today's finals. This is not their first final. These guys have played US Championships, World Rapid Championship, World Blitz Championship, all kinds of world events, knockout events, online events, speed chess championships. I would imagine Hikaru has a plus score here on Wesley, but Wesley has certainly dealt his share of blows to Hikaru. So gonna be a very interesting final here. Wesley So getting white in the first game. Sticking with our single elimination format here.
I've got the stats for you, Kostya.
Let's hear them.
Coming in hot for this matchup. And Hikaru has 109 wins, 65 draws, and 62 wins for Wesley So. So Wesley So beats that 3-to-1 ratio handily. I mean, he is competitive. He's just downright competitive with Hikaru.
Yeah, very impressive. I mean, Wesley is incredibly fast himself. He's got a very kind of solid and safe style, but such a quick player. He sees tactics instantly. And yeah, he is not to be trifled with. And here we go. The game is starting. They're playing a 10+2 game. This one is drawn. They're moving to 3+2. If that one's drawn, 1+1. And then if that one is drawn, we're going to get Armageddon. Here we see Hikaru's famous Berlin. He's not even looking at the board. Did he just pre-move that entire? Wesley could have like made any move and like won in that sequence.
Right. Tried a cheeky like bishop g5 takes e7 takes d8 or something.
Can you imagine in a final that worked? Wesley So Lafong to Hikaru Nakamura.
Yeah.
That'd be absolutely amazing. So we get this line of the Berlin, considered very, very solid for black here. The structure is almost symmetrical, but Wesley, he's one of the world's experts on this line I think from both sides of the board. So he probably knows how exactly white can try to pose a little bit of pressure here against Naka.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, there were some disappointing games in a recent classical tournament where I really felt Wesley with white and black drew games in the same variation, like back to back. And it just felt like nobody even tried to win either game. So I wonder if Wesley has something more interesting up his sleeve here for this game. Because, we've asked this question, would anybody be willing to sort of just draw with Hikaru and push the match further along? And I just think, when you're white, you got to do something.
Right. Yeah, you gotta try something. And sometimes you get like two bishops in these positions, but here white's advantage so far is that he's just slightly faster with the development and get to the e file a little bit quicker here. And maybe double, but black, he's got a very simple plan of just bringing this knight out either via g7 to f5, like g6, knight g7, knight f5, or d5, knight d6, like this. But with the bishop on b7, I slightly get the feeling Hikaru doesn't really want to go d5.
Yeah, I've seldom seen b6 get paired with the d5 plan, but also, I mean, the b6 plan, I think, is just in general more rare in this position compared to the plans with d5. So,
right.
The Wesley So games that I saw recently, both Wesley when he had black and his opponent when Wesley had white, both times they played, d5, g6, knight e8, and then bishop f5 to challenge the white bishop on d3, and drew without any trouble for black. So with the bishop on b7, we'll get a different feeling to this game here.
Right, absolutely. So queen e3, looking to double on this e file. Now Hikaru's got to figure out his queenside development here with that rook on a8.
Yeah.
Where's he going? G6 looks like the move here, but not playing it. Thinking about something here is Hikaru.
Yeah. Yeah, just going for the offer of the queen trade. I was wondering, in a lot of situations, what he was going to do about knight e4, right? Is he going to give up the bishop pair? But queen e7, stopping knight e4 for the moment, and just taking some more material off the board, which is going to slow any initiative from white.
Queen e7, yeah. Just going for the end game.
Do we have any good moves like queen g3 or h3?
Well, he goes queen g3.
Okay, so is he threatening to take on c7?
Yeah, maybe he wants to take on c7. I mean,
yeah,
kind of weird to give up your bishop like that, but that is a pawn that is dangling. I feel like we'll see d6 here from Hikaru. I mean, bishop h4. Is there any point to kind of throwing that in? Queen g4, bishop f6, offering a repetition.
Yeah, that's possible. That is definitely possible. Is d6 an undesirable move for black? Not super undesirable. So
no, d6 makes sense.
Just plays it. But yeah, I mean, I agree. I had considered bishop h4, didn't see anything wrong with it, but nothing wrong with this either. He's going to try to play rook e1. And bishop f3, I guess, looks even worse without the d7 pawn, right? Feels even more like you're just giving white's queen a nice ticket.
Yeah, definitely.
So queen d7 gets played. So Wesley is going to temporarily take over the e file again. And I still think the plan is going to have to be g6, knight g7.
Yeah, I mean, you just got to get that knight out. It's not just poorly placed, but it's in the way of the rook, which is desperately trying to get to the e file.
Yeah. Could white consider bishop g5 here? Because he's sort of like preemptively going after that piece, saying like e7's our best penetration point. And even if we trade the bishop first, you're maybe still going to have to play knight g7.
Yeah, I mean, bishop g5 makes sense. Get the feeling black's got to be fine. Like takes knight f6. Just getting the rook out from there. But goes knight g5. So offering Hikaru to give up the bishop pair.
Yeah. And probably planning bishop c4 if black plays g6. We've already seen, like, if they're blocking one diagonal, you're going to the other.
Right. So yeah, just g6 bishop c4. Very annoying move. So how does black you can try h6 as well. So what does white want on h6? Just dropping back and then say,
yeah.
Aha, you can't go g6.
You can never play this g6 plan then.
Wow. Really back and forth.
Yeah.
Still go g5 though. I don't know. Yeah, h6, he doesn't have anything, right? It's just got to go back knight f3.
Yeah. And were you wondering if he might then play g5 next as black?
Right. I mean, you got to get the knight out.
So like this?
Well, I was wondering. Yeah. I wouldn't play myself personally, but
Right. But is that the follow-up to it? Yeah. Wow. Okay. So he plays something else. Bishop d5.
Yeah, bishop d5.
Holding the structure, stopping bishop c4. And maybe even if you take on e1, you have to wonder about a cheeky grab on a2.
Yeah, just sneaking that pawn. I mean, as long as this knight stays on e8, I mean, it feels like black's position is kind of just tough, right? Like, feels like black is not solving their issues till this knight gets out.
Yeah, definitely. I was going to say you can't relax till you've gotten that knight out of there, but I think also I often make the mistake in my games that once, like, I identify the knight e8 as the problem, and once I get it to f5, I relax and blunder on my next move. So I guess you can actually never relax. It's not like you can't relax until, but just don't relax.
Definitely can't relax in chess. Now that is a recipe to lose always. So bishop d3, g6. Hikaru's finally getting this plan into motion.
Mm-hmm. But White's gonna have this knight e4 move to watch out for. I guess knight e4, you often just drop the bishop back to like e7, d8, something like that, and then wait for your g7 knight to come to f5 or h5 anyway.
Yeah. So g6. Wesley here, down to 5 minutes. 2 minutes down on the clock, but he's not in any danger. He knows that.
Mm-hmm.
He's got knight e4. He's got bishop e4.
How about queen h? How about queen h4? It's almost too.
Queen h4 definitely
blunt and barbaric to talk about. It's like we can't mention queen h4.
Definitely a move, and then it feels like Black would have to go h5.
Mm-hmm.
This is good inclusion for White. I don't know, because you kind of self-pin.
Mm-hmm.
Not so easy.
But you get out of the way of knight h5 at least.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, he goes knight e4. Oh, Hikaru drops the bishop back to g7. Simple.
Mm-hmm.
Knight comes out to f6. And now Black is fully mobilizing.
Now, I think a more relevant question. Bishop h4, h6. Oh, sorry, bishop g5. I probably misspoke. I often say the second move in my variation first. Occasionally, I play the second move in my variation OTB, but rarely. But bishop h4, h6, bishop g5, h6, bishop h4, g5.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's like a legitimate question here, I think.
Bishop g5 on the board. So on h6, then probably we just see a retreat. Bishop d2.
You think he would just go to d2 and say, now if you play knight f6, you're hanging the pawn. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Much simpler, much subtler, and more effective.
Exactly. And he's stopping knight f6. So he's just playing against that knight on e8.
Mm-hmm.
Saying, okay, you don't get, but f5. And knight f6. Hikaru gets the knight out anyway.
Hikaru comes out.
And just like that, I think now Black is absolutely fine. Maybe even a touch more comfortable with this bishop on d5, controlling the e4 square. You got rook e8 coming.
Mm-hmm.
Why doesn't go rook e1 right now? He might not get another chance.
Right. But if you do and Black plays rook e8, what joy does it bring you? Right? Are we trading on e8 and letting the Black queen take over? And then maybe queen e3 to grovel. But at the end, at some point, Black can take on a2 if there are no heavy pieces left.
Yeah. I don't know. Wesley's hesitating. I think he's about to offer a draw, but I don't think Hikaru will take it.
Mm-hmm.
He might not. He probably knows that. No point offering Hikaru. Bishop c4. He does start trading everything off though, which makes sense.
Mm-hmm. But Hikaru's going to have the e file in this final position, right? That's feels like a little something.
At least maybe White's knight can come to e3. He can cover it up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Trading. Queen e6 and queen d3. Knight e3.
Now rook e8.
For now, he's passing up knight e3.
Like maybe we'll see a Luft move like g3 or h3.
Mm-hmm.
g3 kind of feels too weakening, especially like queen d5. Maybe h3 or knight e3. Seeing if Black will want to push f4.
Yeah, it's hard to pick the move because you don't want to weaken anything. He defends the e file, improving the king a little bit.
King f1 bishop quickly plays bishop g5.
Yeah, stops knight e3. These are tough little positional decisions you have to make here, and they may not be that relevant as far as evaluation, but if you get one wrong, it might be because you just don't know how to make any of those decisions, and you can just drift to something bad.
Yeah, now Wesley's under 3 minutes. It could start to get a little tricky for him here, as he can't go knight e3 anymore. maybe knight d2. But then black can just take and just have the control over the e file. Be kind of happy there.
Your plan is to go knight f3 if you can, and then counter the file.
Yeah, knight d2. I was thinking, white wants to reposition the knight, but if black goes bishop d2, queen d2, then okay, at least you're maybe playing for rook e1 to trade off. So queen d5. Knight e3, black can still at least take and weaken the structure. Wesley, yeah, not feeling too happy about his position because it's tough. It's like you're fine, you're fine, but you have to hold it. You don't really have like a nice active plan. You just have to kind of reposition everything.
Yeah, well, he plays like you, knight d2.
Very good, Wesley.
Yeah, it also unveils queen c4 now as a possible move, in addition to your original knight f3. And so Hikaru just trades it off. Yeah, Wesley's looking pretty safe with rook e1 coming.
I think he's okay. Yeah, he can hold this, the rook e1. I mean, the 2-second increment here should be more than enough to keep the position. But we saw Paravyan win that endgame against Dubov. That looked very drawish for a while. So anything can still happen here.
Hikaru puts a little tension on the board. Now the move rook e1, I believe, loses a pawn. Or at least, it's controversial. You have to calculate whether or not you're losing this pawn.
Draw agreed. C4,
Draw
rook,
agreed.
queen e4.
Okay.
Fair.
For the draw. Fair enough. It was going to come at some point.
Either
now,
side can get there.
We have a 1-minute delay. So in 47 seconds, Hess will say, ban the draw offer. Maybe he should say ban the Berlin defense, right? Oh, no.
Oh, double Berlin. Oh, and DE5, Hikaru. D6?
Wait,
what is
not
this?
knight D4?
What is
Did
this?
Wesley pre-move in the wrong order or something? No, he's not reacting. It's Hikaru who's reacting. Wait, now he's reacting. Now he's shaking his head. Did he forget his own draw?
There's no way he forgot that knight D4 is the move here. No, this is Wesley not allowing Hikaru. So I understand Hikaru was trying to force the draw there with white, three plus two game to get it go into the bullet. And Wesley declines with this funky D6. I mean, it's got to be novelty. The first time they play on in this position or what?
Novelty. The first player to play on. And I mean, Wesley's up a pawn for it, right? I mean, Hikaru completely did not, his E6 move just seems to have completely backfired. I don't know exactly what was right or wrong. I mean, he doesn't want to play E takes D6 and let the knight escape.
I mean, that has to be an idea that Hikaru knew about. Yeah, it doesn't seem like something he just kind of blitz out. Very strange because black ended up better. So was black better this whole time? They've been entering this line. Black could have been
winning every single game, but they were so happy to get a draw with black. By the way, do you see I called that on Hess? In another 20 seconds, he'll see that I called what he would do.
I think it'll be even less.
There we go. Ban the Berlin, ban chess. Ban everything. Yeah, you could have the programmers just go in the back end. That's true. Okay, Hess knows this line, so it's not a novelty. He knows this line. Who is dangerous for? I don't know. To me, it just looks dangerous for white, like they're down a pawn for nothing. I don't even see a particular flaw in black's position anywhere, Kostya. Seems like E5 at some point will be decent. Once knight D5 is not a problem, your bishop will be good. Everything good.
Yeah, I don't know. Somehow, this line just didn't work out for Hikaru. But look what he did. He played B6 and knight B5.
Whoa. Okay. Upping the danger level. So, there's rook D8. There's maybe not queen E7. Maybe he didn't want his queen on that file. A7 is hanging as well right here. Okay. Okay. Some things to think about.
It's two
Some
pawns.
things to think about.
And black has like some knight h4 stuff at some point, right? Like that could be.
Okay. I was thinking like, what if we just sack all the pawns and bring the bishop to c6? But let's wonder about knight h4 for a second. Knight h4. Knight takes, check, here, and then you come into d6.
Let's stop the analysis on 3 pawns up. Okay, go on, keep going.
Yeah, now this bishop's not coming out, and that looks risky for black, although very interesting. Okay, so here's what they're doing. The bishop came out, gave it, queen e6. This is exactly the variation that I had calculated in my head. And then queen e6, rook e6, rook f3, rook to e7.
All right, game is ongoing, but I think we're about 45 seconds away from chat asking. 1 minute and 45 seconds away from.
Yeah. Oh, Wesley did not play every single move like I'd expected. He plays a6 there. He says the f3 pawn doesn't even need to be captured. Right? He fights for the activity of his rook by defending the a7 pawn. Can develop from here. It's still got to be like a small edge for black, right?
Yeah, I definitely take black here. Pawns are a little bit healthier. Rook c8, rook c6 looks nice.
Yeah.
But
it's within the margin of a draw. I think they should just agree to a draw here and play the next game.
Come on, David. Don't say that. Not you as well. No, I think black always plays on. I mean, this is definitely not over.
I was simply trolling Hess. I think we should always see how the game gets played out, even if it's actually 100% chance of a draw. It's great to just see how.
So you think someone should always play out the game?
Always play out the game. Yeah. I mean, if you're in a spectator situation, basically my theory is that the professional players should be played well enough, should be paid well enough that they always play out the game. Like that should be.
What if they're completely losing and they play out the game?
Yeah, they should still play out the game, honestly.
What if their opponent is about to flag? Play out the game?
You're trying to trap me here? Ghost yet?
I don't understand. You're saying you always play out the game.
You should basically always play out the game. There should always be an increment of like 1 or 2 seconds so they can win if they're up a queen. But if you were in an extreme situation where you're playing an event without an increment, and your opponent's got 5 seconds and you've got 5 seconds and they're up a queen, you should just resign instead of doing the whole like smacking around on the clock stuff.
No increment. Got it.
Yeah.
Got it.
All right. Okay. Wesley wins a pawn. But no, I think like, you know, if you're well enough compensated, it's not that agonizing to play out a position that's obviously drawn or losing because, you know, you understand it. You've done it before. I mean, you see a lot of tournaments where the players play it out and trade off the last pawn down to bare kings. They know how to do that as well. Like these guys are super GMs and super geniuses. They can, you know, deliver whatever is needed.
Yeah, actually, I like the creative ways they find to like liquidate all the material or somehow end with like a completely symmetrical rook and 3 versus rook and 3. That's always fun. No take on d7 now.
Both kingside pawns to try to win in order to activate the king and get the b pawn going.
Right. No, I mean, it's still within range here for black. Like, I mean,
yeah, because the black king is getting there first, right? So, and white's going to launch the f pawn in response, but it has to time it right because, you know, black can just play king e4 and take it here. I guess that's still a theoretical draw, right?
King e4, yeah, rook b4 check.
Rook on b4, king over here. Even without the f pawn, it's just a draw now. So the f pawn throw was well timed, and it keeps going up.
Okay, yeah, very scary here for white. He has to make sure he's in time.
Mm-hmm.
c7.
Yeah. Yeah.
King b2 problem.
You know, there's a comment in chat about classical chess. I mean, even in classical chess, they can play out the drawing sequence in like 1 minute if it's that obvious to them, right? They don't have to work too hard to do it.
Yeah. But thankfully, yeah, we don't see too many draws in lively positions. It's usually because of there's repetition or where the game gets played out. But okay, now we're down to the final phase here. Rook D6, Rook F6.
Yeah.
Gotta be okay for white with this F pawn. Has to be enough.
Yeah, it's all the way to the 7th rank. Wesley's really fishing here in some dangerous waters for himself at this point.
But yeah, B2, King D1. Very similar to that endgame that Dubov lost against Paravyan. But here, white's F pawn, I think, creating a lot of activity. It's very hard for black to improve the position here. And
yeah, I mean, they can't even do any Rook D6s, Rook D5s, nothing like that.
Right.
To the moderators, it's fine. You can let Vacuum Cord say negative things about us. We don't mind. We don't mind. It's okay.
Rook D8, Wesley, he's switching it up. He could have taken the draw here, but he's looking for a different construction. Allowing Rook E8.
Yeah.
Check. King is going back to B1. Oh, Rook King B3 keeps giving checks.
It's also true, as Hess points out, that cordless vacuum cleaners are better than corded vacuum cleaners.
Yeah, actually, honestly, real game changer having a cordless, 100%.
Truly changed my ability as a house cleaner.
And enjoyment. Gives the check. Yeah, Wesley really pushing it here.
They look very, very focused still. Right?
Well,
I mean, Hikaru's not even talking.
Yeah. The chat is not getting anything right now. And that's
a repetition. I think that's how it should go. I think that's how it should go.
That was an exciting game. I mean, of course, most players can mess that up at any point, but we're going right into the bullet here. This is 1-1. Wesley getting white in this bullet game. And if this one is drawn, then they're going into Armageddon, which I would personally love to see. So let's go, guys. Send the draw offer quickly.
Now let's see this whole game first, too. There's no point in having an extra game if we skip this game, right? Then we still have the same number of games.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Okay.
We got to see it.
We have Berlin. Really, D takes E4 here from Naka, clarifying the structure. Now, earlier he played Knight B8 after he played Queen E7 and Knight B8 against Bortnick. And he ended up winning a very nice game in the first round today.
Yeah.
See if he does a similar thing.
Yep. You watch that game and you think, like, maybe I could play E4, E5 as black, but it never works when I try and do it. It never makes sense.
How is Wesley down to 25 seconds already? This candidate's prep. It's just absolutely insane. B6.
Wait, where did all that time go?
Oh man, this is brutal.
All right. Don't blink or you'll flag. Now
he has 20 second increment, so it's not catastrophic, but 50 seconds against 20 against Naka, not fun.
No.
And full set of pieces too. Like he's got to play a full middle game on this 1 second increment. Oh boy.
Now he's got 10.
Yeah,
dang, he was so fast in his previous bullet game. What's happening?
I don't know. He just spent a little bit too long in some of those opening decisions. That's it. Just like that, he's down to 6 seconds. Yeah, Wesley, game has started. You're playing.
Go to your board.
Oh boy. Oh man. This and Naka, I think he can just like shuffle back and forth. Like, I mean, obviously he's gonna find good moves here, but you can just chill. I mean, how long can you play on 4 seconds?
We're about to find out. Let's see Wesley kick into that other gear he had. That other gear he had, he wouldn't have needed his first 50 seconds.
Right. Now another pair of knights.
No, my God.
Oh, he flagged. Oh no. Wesley.
You know, Hikaru did something interesting there. He slowed down over those last couple moves, right? He stopped playing instantly.
But David might have had some connection issues. I saw at the end there, Wesley's cam froze up.
Oh
Would
no.
have flagged there, yeah, under normal circumstances.
He mentioned in
bummer.
that interview that one of the reasons why he offered the draw against Bach was because he was having lag during that game. Right?
Dang. And it's one of the unfortunate difficulties of esports, but it does happen. So Hikaru wins another Rapid Chess Championship, adding to his insane lead over the rest of the league standings. He's qualifying for the finals, that's for sure. Wesley is still in good shape. He'll be earning a solid.
He'll be earning a solid $3,500 today and 7 Grand Prix points. So that's really big. That moves him up the overall standings in the Rapid Chess Championships to a tie for 13th place. So approximately, I mean, maybe actually 14th place because Abdusadarov got 1 or 2 points yesterday, but basically 10 points would have put him in the top 12. 7 puts him right on the cusp. But I think what we saw there, Coast, is that all esports are by definition a team sport. It's like you and your ISP against Hikaru and his ISP.
Working together. Yeah. So yeah, he did. Sounds like he did disconnect there, which in a bullet game is, basically just decisive. It's Hikaru definitely deserved winner there.
Yeah. So we are going to take a very short break, folks. The action is over, but we will be joined by Hikaru Nakamura. You guessed it, the champion of week 20. He will be with us when we come back. So stick around. We'll Welcome back, everybody, to Chess.com's Rapid Chess Championships presented by Coinbase. We have the privilege now of being joined by Week 20's winner, Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura. Hikaru, thank you for joining us.
It's good to be here.
Yeah, well, always good to be in the winner's chair, I suppose. You had a great performance today. How do you feel about your play today?
Oh, I thought I played well. I was very happy with the first match against Bortnick. I played a very clean game. I mean, the game against Fedoseev, like every match I play against him, was very, very choppy, but I kept my nerves together in the critical moments when neither of us had a lot of time. And very, very happy with that as well. This final match was very up and down. I thought in the first game, maybe I had some chances where I was a little bit better, couldn't do anything. Second game, I played this line in Berlin, and then Wesley didn't take the draw, which really threw me for a loop. But I guess in retrospect, I understand why he didn't, because he's apparently in Manila, and therefore he has a bad internet. And the bullet game, I mean, definitely showed that with the lag and everything else, he just couldn't do anything.
Actually, Hikaru, I wanted to ask you about that. So you mentioned that, first of all, congratulations on winning today. What was your motivation to, I guess, force a draw in the blitz game and then go into the bullet exactly? I can see why Wesley wanted to avoid it.
Well, I mean, I think that the assumption on my part is that in bullet, regardless of color, I have a better chance of winning than I would in a blitz game with white pieces. That's sort of the logic I had. Now, again, knowing the situation, it was the perfect decision because of Wesley's connection issues. But in general, I just assume I have better chances against him in a bullet game than in a blitz game. That's all there is to it, really.
Yeah, and if I might just ask you a really tough question for a second. If Wesley reconnected right now and said, "Hey, Hikaru, it was just my internet. Give me a rematch," what would you say?
Yeah, it's funny. I mean, I've had it happen to me. I mean, not in recent times, but in the old days where I'd play some event like not the RCC, but the SCC, the Speed Chess Championship, or various things where it go like that. It's just kind of how it goes. At the end of the day, I mean, I think about when I played the RCC from Colorado just like 3 weeks ago, or maybe it was already a month ago or a little bit more. And my connection was already very shaky there. My connection was very shaky in Madrid as well. So it's unfortunate, but I think what it shows is that no matter where players are in the world, they are trying to play in this very prestigious event, regardless of the connection issues. And I mean, Wesley had a great day too.
Right. So you just sort of like hope you get through however many games you can. And if you get disconnected now and then, that's life, and you go on to the next event.
I mean, actually, when I played Title Tuesday from Madrid, I think it was on the rest day, my connection was very shaky. I think the stream died a couple of times. Luckily, I didn't lose the connection to chess.com, but it's something you kind of get used to at some point. But yeah, at the end of the day, it's just tough, but you deal with it.
So we want to ask you about this this game you won against Fedoseev, but I also wanted to ask you, is it tough to switch from time control in this kind of final format? Because you immediately go from the rapid to the blitz. Do you do anything special to like tell yourself, okay, now we're playing blitz, now we're playing bullet?
I mean, I think the blitz to bullet transition is not very difficult, of course, but I think going from the rapid game 10-minute to blitz can be tricky, because normally if the rapid game's not some quick draw, for example, say it's a long game, you're used to using your time very carefully throughout that game. And then suddenly in the blitz game, you can't actually use 5 or 10 seconds every move. You have to speed it up. So it can be a little bit tricky going from the rapid to the blitz. I think the blitz to bullet is it's routine. But it can be tough at times. Yeah.
Right.
Cool. So for our rapid recap, we wanted to look at this endgame with Fedoseev, which looked really complicated with the pawn on e2, and hope you could help walk us through what was going on in this game.
Yeah, I mean, I think the main thing is that I knew that I could never lose this position, because I can always sack the rook on e2. Like at the very start when I played this rook c8, rook e8, I knew that I would get some version of this, and I always have this rook e2 bailout if I need it. So you kind of just keep playing the position. I was sure it was a draw here. I mean, I was quite sure that this has to be a draw. But again, there's no risk, so I can keep pushing the pawn slowly up the king side, and maybe something will work. I mean, it ended up working out obviously quite nicely. But I think what I should have done is actually, now that I looked at the position after king g6, I think I probably in another world would have played h5 here, but I was worried about some king g5, king f4, although I can just play rook g7, king f4, rook e7, and it's nothing at all. But again, you just keep making moves and keep the game going. And eventually, Fedoseev did make this very critical blunder And I was able to win the game. But it was, as long as there's always a draw there with this rook e2, which I knew there always was, then I can't really be in danger. So you just keep slowly trying to do something on the king side and hope there's a mistake.
Right. Are you ever calculating rook e2 to see if you might have an edge in the pure rook endgame, or is that just dead draw and you're only looking for other options?
No, I mean, that's just a dead draw.
Yeah.
I mean, if there's no increment, I mean, like if there's no increment, that's a different story. But with the increment, I mean, I'm never considering rook e2.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was just not on my radar at all. I mean, against a player like Fedoseev, who's so strong, he's going to draw it very easily.
Okay.
And then what was the mistake? Yeah, from Black here.
I mean, everything he did was relatively okay. I thought maybe king f5 didn't make sense though, because now it gets a little bit tricky. I thought if he waited, like if he went king h5 here, for example, I'm not really sure what like because the thing is, I don't ever get these ideas with these checkmate patterns after king h5. So I thought king h5 might have been it made a little bit more sense to me. I mean, obviously white can still take on f6 and keep playing on and on and on. But if he'd gone king h5, I think it would have been a draw.
Okay.
Because when he goes to king f5, the problem is that like then there's some tricks. I mean, it's still a draw here, but you have to worry about h5, h6, and it's not clear cut. That's the thing. So yeah, I mean, again, this should be a draw with correct play, but you just keep making moves, and it happened to work out.
So rook g1 check.
Very tough.
King
Yeah, like
f2.
5 seconds.
Well, yeah, I mean, the problem is that like the problem is there's a trick now. If he goes to h5, I don't think that I have any of these tricks at all. That was the point. Whereas here now after h5, I played h5 right here.
Yeah, you did. If his king were on h5, you couldn't do something similar with like rook g3 at some point.
Well, I think he can just go king h6. Well, actually, the pawn on h4 stops it because he goes king h6, rook e8, king h7.
So he just has to leave that pawn in your way in those
Yeah.
lines. Ah.
Yeah. So I mean, again, everything's a draw, but it's just there are tricks now. Whereas if he had started with the king on h5, just no chance. And I mean,
Right,
king
so
f5. I mean, he should have just gone king f5, of course. Instead of
At
king
first
h6.
here, he tried not to take the pawn, and then you sort of
Right.
force fed it to him. And now that's the first moment where you feel like there's real danger.
Right, because now I mean, now the king is stuck on the edge. Now, mind you, after king h5, rook g3, he did have bishop d3, which still saves the draw. But with 5 seconds on the clock, I mean, it's not an easy move to find. King h6 is a logical move.
Yeah.
And then he just like he's still at bishop d3 after rook e8, but already I think it's just it's not realistic in my opinion.
Okay. But bishop d3 at some point here is kind of like an only move to find with 5 seconds.
Yeah, it's the only move that saves the game. After king h7, rook e4, I think it's lost. Although, I mean, I'm not sure if he meant to underpromote to a knight here. I mean, he made the queen. I'm not sure whether he intended to underpromote. But if he had underpromoted after king h2, he still has this nice trick with king h2, knight f3, rook f3, and I think it's king g6. And the game kind of still goes on.
So knight, king h2, and then
Rook b2, or it's not rook b2. Sorry, maybe I think knight f3, rook f3, king g6. And it's better for it's better for white, but the game still goes on.
Game continues.
right.
Yeah,
he
Like
gets
for example,
off of that.
for example, rook e6, king g5, rook e takes f6. There's rook takes b3 here, and it's not. I mean, it's not actually winning. I don't think after rook b3.
Wow.
Oh, brutal.
So I like that's the thing. There still are a lot of tricks.
Yeah. And when you're playing with just a couple of seconds on the clock, are you going down some of these lines like e1 equals knight and assessing like how you're going to put the most pressure on the opponent in this end game? Are you looking that far ahead, or you wait till it comes up?
I mean, well, luxury is that I had, I think, 2 minutes, or maybe not 2 minutes, but I had like a minute or something, I think, at this point, when he was trying to push the pawn. So I had enough time where like I could have thought about it only when he did it, but I was actually thinking about what I would play if he made the knight. I mean, but mainly you're just like you're thinking about the possibility, but you're also just looking at all the different moves, and of course the time is going down. So yeah.
Right.
Cool. That was fantastic. I mean, that was like a game where when he first made the exchange stack, Kostya and I thought that maybe his situation was like he was the one who was safe in the middle game. Like he has the bishop and the great pawn. But then you sort of approached that whole end game like you had the draw in hand. Did you ever feel in danger in that game or not?
I mean, there was one moment when he could have taken on d4 and played e3 that he missed, but that was the only moment there was something. I mean, I had a feeling he was going to sack on d4 at some point. But I didn't think I could lose. I mean, I just didn't see it. I didn't think I could probably win either, but I didn't think there was a situation like right here after queen d2. I don't really see why I should be in danger here. because of this rook c8, rook e8 idea. And as I said, there's always going to be some sacrifice on e2 if I really need it.
Right. So although there may have been like one specific line in general, these situations weren't scary to you.
Not really. Although the funny thing is, now that I look at it, oh no, I guess bishop b5, I don't have to trade the queens. I can just take on a5, so it doesn't work. But I was thinking maybe you could go bishop b5, so I don't have this idea of trade and rook c8, rook e8, because the bishop on b5 stops rook e8. But bishop b5, I can just go queen a5 probably, and I think that should be fine for me. Although again, bishop c6, it feels tricky. I'm not sure what's going on. So, but at the end of the day, when I got this rook c8, rook e8, I knew I was never in danger, and then you just play moves and see if something can happen.
Right.
It's so hard to play bishop b5 because he just played a5 like to secure the bishop on a6, right? So,
right. I mean, once he goes bishop a6, like I said, as soon as I get rook e8, I know I can play a4, rook e3, and I'll always have that sack on e2 if I desperately need it. But it's what it is.
Yeah. Fantastic. So that was a great game that you pulled out. Thank you for sharing your thoughts on it. If I could ask you one more question, what's your primary like motivation when you're playing these RCC events? What's the number one thing you're going for?
I mean, you play to win.
Okay.
That's the obvious.
Every game, every event.
Answer. I mean, yeah. Well, I think for the first thing for me is always making it into top 8. Because I think I'm the only player where every event I've played, I've made it into the knockout. I mean, yesterday was a little bit iffy, but I finished in 8th place. So I think now I've actually finished in every spot. I've finished 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. So I mean, that's I've finished in every spot. 8th obviously is the most unpleasant, but it had to happen. But overall, I mean, I've had a great run, and I've really enjoyed the RCC. So it's like just qualify and then try to win, of course. And you never know what's going to happen, but I've had a good run throughout.
And do you intend to play a few more events, even though your qualification's obviously set?
Well, I mean, there's a lot of cash on up for grabs. So yes, I mean, now that I won this week, I'll probably skip next weekend's RCC. Because I have some other stuff to do, but in general, I think I'll play. I mean, other than skipping next weekend, I think I'm going to play every other week.
There's always money, David. That's what I was saying. There's always money. Yeah.
Well, I mean, the other way that I would say to look at it is, I mean, that stupid game that I threw against Ding in the last round. It cost me $3,500 because the draw was worth $3,500, and then it cost me like another $10,000. So by winning today, I mostly recover the financial damage from losing that game. So that's also part of it too.
Wait, why another 10,000?
Because I would have gotten 2nd place. So I would have gotten like I think instead of getting like 12, I would have gotten like 24,000 or something. So just
Oh, and then what was the 3,500?
There's
every half point in the candidates was $3,500.
Oh, gotcha.
So yeah, that plays a role too.
All right. Well, Hikaru, thank you so much, both for playing and putting on the show for everybody who watches, and for joining us and answering our questions. Good luck in all your future events.
Thank you so much, you guys. Have a good one.
All right. Take care. So with that, we conclude our coverage of week 20 of the Rapid Chess Championships. It's been a treat. I got to commentate with Kostya. I got to watch Hikaru, the clear leader of the RCC season. We got to watch him live and in person and see how he does it. He came in as the 8th seed. He played the Berlin. He wouldn't let anybody break the Berlin down. And he triumphed in the knockout despite starting off with black in every match. And that's our show, everybody. Kostya, any final words?
Really fantastic performance by Hikaru. Like, great game against Bortnick to start, getting revenge against them from yesterday. And then the second game against Fedoseev, like, he just played it so quickly and so practically, right? Like, knowing that he's never in danger with the 2 rooks, setting up these mates. And then I think he played a very solid match against Wesley So, a bit unfortunate finish, but definitely Hikaru, I think, was the faster player at the end there. And yeah, he wins week 20. Here we have our leaderboard that's coming up. You guys can see the overall standings. Oh, never mind. No leaderboard.
Leaderboard's gone.
Final bracket for today. And yeah, thanks, David, for letting me join you this week. It was definitely a ton of fun to call all the games.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. So here's the leaderboard, everybody. You can see where it stands. It's been updated to show Hikaru with 16 participations. He also has 16 knockouts. Sorry, it's being updated as we speak. But yeah, we tried to give you guys a live hot update, but he's got 16 out of 16. And thank you everybody for joining us. We'll see you next week, and there's always the money.